Okay, folks, let's go ahead and get started on the first painting session of my next project. And my next project is Papal Italian, book 377. We laid out some of the figures the other day, and we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to do the two stands of knights first, which is kind of unusual to do the knights first. Usually I do the more boring aspects, but we wanted to get off to a jump start and paint some of these less than stellar figures. This is stuff that probably nobody would give them a second chance. They're still in production, but I don't see people jumping through flaming hoops to go out and buy these figures. These are all figures that are made by, I believe they were originally tabletop games, but they are now carried by alternative armies. And yeah, these are the figures that we're going to be doing. And there's some knights here with a variety of different poses. And we're just going to pick one of these guys, and this is who we're going to work on first. So, this particular figure here is very old school. Okay, now we did replace the lances the other day with pins. They are ground down, so you can't poke yourself unless you fall on it, okay, which I don't recommend. We're going to go ahead and start working on this guy right here. All right. Let's open up our wet palette here, which for the first step I really don't need, but let's zoom this out a little bit. And I'm going to have to take a tiny little break in about 2 minutes to push the coffee down. So I think we got enough clear area here. Work on that. We don't need the X-Acto knife. We don't need that. All right, we are going to be doing a little bit of dry brushing this morning. So let's go ahead and grab a brush. We don't mind abusing a little bit. Whatever you use to dry brush is always going to get abused, sort of, in a way. And it's been, I guess, a whole week since I've been able to get on here. It's been a while. Busy, busy week. Coffee should be ready, so let me go break off and do that so that way we don't have to be interrupted by that. Okay, that's out of the way. Now we don't have to be interrupted by that. Well, if it's anything like it's been in the past, there won't be that many people on today. It's Sunday. It seems to be y'all's more joinable day. I don't know, maybe you guys have to work on Saturday or have other plans. It's All right, so we're gonna go ahead and, even though we're gonna paint this guy first, we're gonna go ahead and do all the dry brushing on the knights for chainmail. I think just about all of them have some kind of chainmail legs. So, you want to do this first so that if you end up going over something else, it's not a big deal because it hasn't been painted yet. You can be a little bit less strict with where you're going here with this dry brushing. Now, the time period we're going for this army is the early 1200s. And that's what, when we pick these knights out, we're kind of going for that time period. Though we may have to pull some stuff from later on in the 1200s, but that's kind of the goal here. 1230, something like that. Now these particular knights are all mercenaries. That's pretty much what the Papal army was, a mercenary army. Not too different from, say, the Carthaginians. It's easier just to go ahead and knock this out with all the figures. And then you don't have to do the dry brushing again. These figures tend to be on the small side, and they're kind of stumpy. All right, we're done with that. Now let's go ahead and grab the guy we talked about what we're doing next. Well, we need a new piece of paper towel there for that. Oh, one thing I didn't do is I need to go ahead and put in, let's go ahead and do this so we got the chats over here. It's easier to see on the computer than trying to refresh the phone. Okay. Yeah, this looks like a pretty fun army. I don't know anybody who's painted this army. I mean, people have. It's not a very popular one. Somebody even mentioned to me that I think they said in DBMM, it may have been Dirk, that that it was one of the worst armies in DBMM. And I don't know what that means, but maybe not a good value for the troops. But they look cool. They have a litter. That was the real big draw for me, is to have an army with a litter. So, just so you guys can see how some of that stuff goes in play. Now, a week has gone by, and this is kind of going a little bit, so I'm going to have to... Where's my little water source thing? I'm sure it's evaporated since then. Yeah. We're going to pour some water in here, and we're going to go ahead and refresh this. You know, I could just take this with me. I'll be right back in a jiff. Okay. All right. Now, since this is a mercenary army, I didn't want to just paint guys out of nowhere. So I am drawing from some knights of this type of time period that fought basically for two city-states. Because there's not a whole lot of information on knights that specifically fought for the Pope. Maybe certain commanders, but not these just random guys. So there's a couple of battles that were fought. So this is part of the struggle between... I didn't know about this 2 years ago, what it was called. There's basically two factions, for the most part, and frequently places change its sides. But it's the Ghibellines and the Guelphs. This is don't take my word for it for history. So I may end up saying something incorrect, and I'm bound to make mistakes, unfortunately. I'm trying to work on being perfect, but I'm not being very successful. But there's two factions in Italy during this time period. You either took the side of the Pope, or you took the side of the Holy Roman Empire. And places changed sides and so forth. And a lot of city-states in Italy at this time: Bologna, Parma, Siena, Milan, among others, Modena. And there's some that went between sides, and there's some that pretty much stayed true to one side or the other. Specifically in a couple of these battles that are relatively well known, that took place in the 1200s. there's two city states that pretty much were on the papal side all the time. Those are Bologna and Florence. So that's what these knights are going to be. They're either going to be Florentine knights or they're going to be Bolognese knights. That's what the intention is going to be. And the foot troops are all mercenaries as well, but they'll all have papal insignia on them. They may be dressed in whatever the heck they have, but that is what my MO is going to be going forward. So I did a search here. I actually bought this book digitally. I can't access it right now because it's on this film that I'm filming through, but it's from the armies of medieval Italian wars, and there is a foot soldier for the Florentine army that is dressed in blue with 3 yellow rings. And that's what we're going to paint this guy as. Okay? And this is, I think, what does it say? It's for some particular family. Let's see. Florentine Feditori, the Cerci family. So we're going to pretend the Cerci have a knight, and this is going to be him. All right, so we're going to try to match that blue color, at least. Is this Giuseppe Rava? I believe this is his artwork. Yeah, there it is in the corner written. Giuseppe Rava. Yeah, we're going to try to match his blue, or at least get close. It's not a medium blue. It looks like it's a little bit on the light blue side, but not that much turquoise in it. You guys can't see that, but this is, well, look, it's even called light turquoise. That's it. Well, that may work. Let's take a look at the other one I have. And of course, my painting style, these colors are just a starting point for where the color is going to start from. It tends to deviate from that. All right, so do I want this or do I want this? I think I actually like the turquoise. Okay. This is how I make my decisions. I usually talk to myself also if I'm not around, so you're missing out on some great conversation if you're not here. All right. So this is welcome to the Cerci family. Yeah, these guys are going to be fun, man. We're going to have all kinds of Pope jokes and, talking Italian accents. Somebody told me the other day we did a battle with Russians, and he said, you didn't sound very Russian enough. I didn't. And I noticed that after I was done filming. But had a crazy weekend last weekend. Nothing bad, just a lot of stuff going on. And the fact that that I have to play at the end of my weekend when I'm dreading going into the work week does not make me a very happy camper. So I wasn't really in the mood for it. Wasn't in a bad mood, but just tired. So we'll try not to do that with these Italian troops, so we can have some funny things said. Okay, this is the one I want to use. Okay, I'm not too worried about the horse color right now. There's so little of the horse showing. There's just a little bit of the legs here. Okay, the face and stuff. So we're going to actually paint the most of the color of the horse first, and then we'll come back and do that. All right. Now, what I may actually do is alter the colors between the cloth and the shield, because the shield on a real shield is going to be hand painted on whatever this is made out of. We'll say it's wood, whereas this is actual cloth. So if you try to match the two colors, they wouldn't be exactly the same color. I know I'm being anal retentive, but that gives me a little bit of a variation on there. So we may take that into account a little bit, add a little bit of variety, so it doesn't look like the shield and the cloth is all one huge color. All right, we got a little bit more black there, and we might as well pull the white because we know we're going to need it. It dries out after a week. All right. And of course, the happy drippings. Oh, there's plenty in here. Okay. For those of you that do not know, that is my magical essence known as airbrush thinner from Braillejo. Okay, let's get some black in here. And we're just going to paint everything in this color on the horse. Now, these figures should paint pretty quick because they're low on the detail side. So the nice thing about that is they don't have all these extra things added to them that would slow down painting. So they are pretty basic figures. I'm not sure how long they've been around, but I suspect, at least I would imagine they're from the 1980s. I could be wrong, but I didn't get into this period gaming until 2004. So whatever happened before then, I'm not aware of. I am aware of older figures if they're kind enough to put pictures of them online. But some of these manufacturers, these not in particular, these actually have pictures of all of them online, but these are one pose per pack. So we mixed several of the figures. Several of the figures in of their figure lines to get all the knights. We have a variety of some poses, but they all came from different packs. These are figures sent to me by compliments of Mr. Kevin Mello, so much appreciated. His brother passed away. He came across all these figures and he figured he would send them to a good home, and we'll see if we can put these guys to good use to get people motivated to do some gaming. Got that base color down. Let's start bringing this color up, adding more of the original color and less of the black. Gotta go up gently. Don't want to go all the way from nothing to bright. You'll lose some of that depth in there. And this is actually one of the things I like to paint the most, is cloth things, capes, anything that looks like that. Anything you get to paint like it's made out of some material that obviously is not that material because it's a lead casting. Wood, painting things out of wood that aren't wood. That's the stuff I enjoy doing the most. And shields, there's going to be a fair amount of shields in this army. Some people are scared by shields and horses. And I've been painting things my whole life, and only recently, it's been almost, has it been almost 20 years? I've been doing this stupid stuff almost 20 years, almost 18, something like that. Before that, I never painted any horses and I never painted any shields, so I'm still excited about it. Now, I said the symbol of these guys is 3 golden rings. We're going to paint these things on here before we get too far along. I thought I was going to do it after this. I may have to do it now. Let's do this layer, and then we'll come and do the rings. And I paint pretty watered down, almost like thick watercolor. And I find that makes it much more forgiving and more subtle, the transition between the shades there. Just been doing it for a while. I don't know why I did it that way. Maybe there's so many layers I didn't want to paint to be super thick. So there's the reasoning. All right, let's go get the gold. Let's rinse this because it may be a little while before we go back to this. Let's get some 3 golden rings thing going. I wonder if I should just do the shield too while I have it out. All right, I talked myself into it. This is why I don't plan. If you plan and then things go the other direction, it just seems like it's a waste of time. And shield's tiny, space-wise. What did you say these guys were called? What family was this? What mafia family is this? Cerchi. Cerchi. I guess it's Cerchi. Okay. Get that done. Let's bring this up a tiny little bit. All right, so we're going to paint yellow. So you can't start with yellow. You'll be here all day trying to bring it, darken it up. So we're going to get the yellow that we're going to use, which is this beautiful yellow color, but we need to put it on a backing of something. So let's get this leather brown, should be fine. Yep. So we're going to start with yellow brown, or we're going to mix a little bit of this in the yellow brown and do that. And we're going to need a brush, a little bit more control in it. See if we can find us a candidate that's already been used. I know the one I use for faces is in here somewhere. It's this one. It should work. I don't think this is the one, but okay. You guys following along? Let me know what you're doing, what you're working on this morning. If you're just driving, I did that one time. I've watched some people while I was driving a car. Well, I wasn't looking at the screen while I was driving, duh, but audio. Not in a while, but I have done that. I love YouTube. There's all kinds of good stuff on here. I spent a fair amount of YouTube watching this week because I purchased a new vehicle. Maybe purchase isn't the correct terminology. I started renting for the next 3 years a new vehicle, and it did not come with LED lights. And the last 3 vehicles I have did have them, so I've become kind of partial to those. So I watched some video, ordered some lights last weekend, and spent this week installing them, and was successful. And it doesn't sound like a big accomplishment until you realize that what you had to do to get to them. But I figured I could stop at any time, take it to the dealership, and overpay for what needed to be done, or I could be empowered and do it myself. So that's what we did. So we watched some videos on it, and not all videos were equally helpful. Some people are really good at videos, and some aren't that good. But, there's enough information out there that you could find. So we did that. And, all right, so we're going to do 3 golden rings. We're going to put one up there, one up there, one up there, like in a diagonal. Okay. That's good. This is going to be one of those I need to quit my day job comments. Hey, I don't mean this ugly, but it doesn't matter a whole lot if other people don't like my work as long as I'm happy with it. And I am the hardest person to keep happy. An artist is always their own worst enemy. You can't see it right now very well because it's still kind of dark, but anyway, so the opportunity presented itself this week. 2 days ago? Yesterday? I think it was yesterday. No, it was the day before yesterday. We've been looking for my daughter for her first vehicle, and we had someone in the neighborhood sell one as well. So this week has been a getting cars week, and it has less than stellar lights. So I popped her hood the other day, and yesterday, and it's even more cramped than mine. But we're going to try and do that as well. That'll be a empowering moment. But yeah, that's a really small engine compartment. And I watched a video on it last night. It didn't seem. That's the thing, is if you're going to do something, watch a video how to do it, and you can, you know yourself. You'll be like, we better not take that on. That's a little bit too involved, but it doesn't seem that way. I was surprised how many parts in a car use those little plastic pop clips. I didn't know. I'm not a car person. I mean, I'm not completely incompetent, but that's not what my hobby is. That's an expensive hobby. That's why I keep saying wargaming is extremely cheap as far as hobbies go. First of all, you can do it and not buy any of the stuff for it. You could just be the mooch that shows up at other people's houses. All right, so we got it on both sides there. I think that should suffice. You guys can't even see it right now, so let's go ahead and bring this up so it'll pop a little bit more. And obviously the blue that's around it is going to pop up as well. We wanted to get everything in place before we did that. I need to pop, go a little brighter than that. Yeah, there's some great stuff on YouTube. So we should have another game night on Monday. I have no idea what we're going to do. A lot of it depends on who's going to show up. I know Marty's not coming, so it will not be another War of the Roses thing. Okay, let's bring this up more, and we're probably going to need to do some, let's add a tad little bit of this. Welcome. 4 people watching the Fantastic Four. Not perfectly centered, but it's going to work. It's strange that this week I'm watching my feed on my laptop beside the filming. There's a tiny little bit of delay, but the last 2 weeks, it would say that there was an error on the screen and it couldn't show what was playing. It still showed the comments section, which is really what I want it for. But today, the screen seems to be working. Well, there's nothing wrong with the screen. It's the feed. I don't know, man. This technology stuff's weird. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't want to work. All right, we're going to leave it like this. We may end up bringing it up another level if we get to it. But that is the Kerchi families heraldry there. We're going to clean up that little blue with some blue, the edge of that circle. If your surname is Kerchi or something like that, and I said your surname wrong, tell me so I can say it right the next time. I don't purposefully mispronounce things. Like I like to say, I speak 2 languages and make fun of about another 8. So I'm trying the best I can. All right. Now, back to the blue where we were at. And I want to do that because I want a little bit of this, of a darker shade around these symbols. So I need to do it while I haven't done this in particular. So we're going to leave a little bit of this darker shade around these symbols that are painted on this shield that helps pop it out some more. See how it helped pop it a little bit more? So that's what my intention is in doing that. Speaking of Italian, I used to have a couple people that watched the top. Some of their Italian viewers used to be on here, but I haven't seen them in a while, so I don't know what the problem is. It helped remind me because I just noticed that there was a series that Mitch told me about it, and this mafia series shot in present day called Gomorrah. And I watch everything with subtitles, anyways, but I commented. I think it was on one of my feeds. I know it was on one of my feeds that I speak Spanish, and I would have been surprised. I was surprised that I wasn't able to understand what they were saying. And then they commented that, oh, that's an accent from Naples, and it sounds totally different. Good morning, Mr. Cog, from the land of IKEA. Hey, look, speaking of which, look, I'm painting your colors. Look at that. Good morning or good afternoon to you. Probably close to noon where you're at. Maybe 1 o'clock, something like that. But yeah, I was surprised I couldn't understand anything they were saying. And but if it was written down, I could understand it better. Mr. Martian, welcome. Beginning of the Papists, or those in service and pay of the Pope. There we go. Old school figures, definitely. Not exactly figures that people are lining up to buy. Mainly because of figure poses. There's people, it's hard to get excited about figures that they only come one pose in a pack. You know, some of these older school looking figures, they have their own charm, and they all paint up well. But only one figure per pose, unless you're doing something like Roman legionnaires or something like that. You want a variety of figure poses to make it look a little better. But so you just mix other figures in with them, to get that variety. At least that's what I do. You don't want all knights in the same pose. That just doesn't really work. So, Noon, I was right. Excellent. Now you're talking like you spent too much time in Ireland there, Martian. Oh, what's the story, lads? Oh, I had a lot of videos that have been uploaded the last couple of weeks. Some of them are oldies that have been on Facebook Live and stuff. If you weren't aware of them, I put them on there. But I got a notification about a week ago, a week and a half ago, from Facebook that said, these videos you have, they're due to expire. And I'm like, what? How can videos expire? Well, apparently Facebook Live takes videos down after a certain amount of time. And I'm like, if I'm going through the effort of making a video, I want people to see them. So we're downloading them as I can because it takes a while and uploading them onto this site. And hopefully it's not the same case in YouTube. Get something 5 years from now on YouTube, like, we're taking your old videos down. Then I don't know what we're going to do. But if we put this effort into doing these videos, I don't want them to go away. You know, that's kind of pointless. All right. Got this little bit of a Starbucks from yesterday. We're going to go ahead and refresh our coffee with some from home. And I will be right back. Okay. Of course I should. I could just call it, I could just call Sweden Abalan now, right? I think what's really cool about Scandinavian countries, not that I've been there, is that they have the same design on their flag. I think that's really neat. They tied all that in. Sweden and Norway and Finland and Denmark and Faroe Islands too, right? I think there's a version of the Irish flag that also has that kind of thing. Maybe I'm not a current one, but a past one or something else. That's kind of cool that they all have that same motif going on. Pretty neat. Iceland. Let's not forget Iceland sitting over there. I had a friend of mine that went to Iceland and he took pictures. It's some amazing pictures. Actually, I know two people that have been to Iceland, and they both took some amazing pictures. Talk about a place with no trees. Talk about a place with no trees. I remember as a kid, this might just be a made up story. Well, I didn't make it up, somebody made up. But the whole story behind Iceland and Greenland is that they named them that way so that for protection. So in other words, the Vikings named Greenland, even though it's arid, so people would want to go and mess with them there. And Iceland was habitable, and it's not Iceland. Iceland really should be Greenland, and Greenland should be Iceland. That was at least the story when I was a kid. I remember that. I don't know if that's true or just made up crap. Danish flag is the world's oldest national flag, and today is the Danish National Day. Cool. Excellent. The land of Legos. And those cookies that come in the tin. Those probably don't even come from Denmark. Oh, and of course, Danishes. Oh man, I love Danishes. You probably don't make those either. It's everything's Americanisms and changed here, I'm sure. Just like what you guys in Europe think typical American stuff is, it really isn't when you get here. The land of Legos. I had those as a kid, back before, I want to say back before they were popular, but if they weren't popular, they wouldn't have had them in stores. But they got all kinds of special pieces and stuff now. You had to make things up and stuff. I remember I would build these little battleships out of them, and I wasn't one for mixing colors, so I'd only pick like two colors, and then everything would have to be in those two. So it'd be either white and black. I would do that. That was before I did any wargaming, and when I found out there was a thing called miniatures wargaming, I was like, "Oh, this is amazing!" Well, we're kicking it like it's 1981. You know, or a little later. Legos. There's also a Spanish Lego company called, I want to say it was called Tente, Tente, and they had like kits. They weren't compatible with each other. Of course, why would they do that? And they had a lot of specialized pieces for like warships and stuff like that. I remember that. I didn't have any of those, but there's versions of the Scandinavian cross flags. You have nations and regions with that type of flag design. Several examples in the British Isles. Okay, I think it's a cool design. I think it's a cool design. I like looking things up on a whim. Man, I used to know all the flags of the world too until they gave all these countries liberty and they invented all kinds of weird flags. I had a globe. I was big into geography. I still am. I think it's a lot more useful than history. I think geography is extremely important, just so you can read the news and stuff. But people are really bad at geography, even worse than history, in my opinion. Just like really, really bad. And the I used to know all the. I used to. My dad gave me a globe. One of those spinning globes that had the mountains. Um, you could feel where the mountains were. I forget exactly what that's called. For my seventh or eighth birthday, and I knew all the capitals. I knew all the countries. That was like 1978. So anything that was new. I mean, it was still Rhodesia back in the day on that one. Stuff like that. So I knew that thing. I didn't make an effort of memorizing it. It was just fun to look at it, and you look at things and you're exposed to different things. You realize that where things were, so rivers and all that kind of stuff. I've always liked it. I always liked it. Always, I love maps, and so I'm smarter than your average American when it comes to geography. I know that's not saying anything, but you know. Good morning, Mr. Shevlin. Bill and Kelsey too. Good morning. Done a lot of reading about flags, and being from Denmark originally is a special interest for me. Okay. How is Denmark viewed by the other the northern Scandinavian countries? Because they're down there. They're separated by the Baltic. They look down on. And I'm trying to start some Scandinavian side war here. Not being ugly, nobody gets to choose where they're from. I just like to say, nobody gets to pick where they're from or who their mother is. It's just fun to talk about the differences. But Denmark, didn't they hold out for like 6 hours or something like that against the German invasion? It was less than a day. It was those big helmets. They were weighed down by those huge helmets where two people could crawl inside one. Denmark, land of Legos. I almost built a Danish army, or like an early medieval Danish army, and then Luke went and bought one, bastard. But it was a cool army list. I think I would have been happy with it. Got a few knights, some blades, some shooters, some spear. Good combination. One of the Danish kings, I think, and one of the sites that has flags and stuff. One of the Danish kings actually has a bunch of hearts on his heraldry. I think that would have been kind of cool. I think that's the one. Maybe lions, the lay down lions. What's that? En passant, and with hearts. Not people use Wikipedia, not well. People claim that there's a lot of wrong stuff on Wikipedia, and I don't think that there is. I mean, if you're looking up like political stuff or like current event things, yeah. But if you're looking at something that happened 400 years ago, unless there's not that many people pushing an agenda for Louis the 14th to be remembered in a different light than he was. But yeah, political stuff. There's quite a good movie on Netflix called April 9th about the German invasion, and the movie's longer than the actual resistance. No, I'm kidding. Um, it was probably a good thing they didn't put up any more resistance. It wouldn't have done any good, you know? So, April 9th, okay? April 9th a.m. I struggle with watching movies because I just rather be painting. I do watch them at lunchtime on a work day. That's about it because I can't paint. But what am I watching now? Oh, that Joker movie. Man, it's taken me like 3 days. It's only a 2 hour movie, but man, it's taken me forever to get through it. I'm like, I don't even know why I'm even watching it. It's like not going anywhere. But you know, yeah, I struggle watching TV. April 9th. Do they have those big helmets in there? Those big Danish helmets. So those were huge. They're like the helmet version of what the Soviet Navy used to have. The officers in the Soviet Navy used to have this, I think the correct term for it is a peaked cap. And, there was the size of like a mariachi player, just something crazy in the Soviet Navy. Those Danish helmets are along those lines, just massive. Yep, current events on Wiki's full of opinion, not just facts. Yeah, and I don't give a shit about political stuff. Everybody's politics has turned into people just saying what they like to hear, and I don't get into that stuff. But yeah, the stuff I look up, I find it's a good starting point for taking you in different directions. Not missing much on TV, nothing worth watching. Yeah, biggest problem with Denmark when viewed from other Scandinavian countries is that the Danes count with base 20 and not base 10. What? Well, that's why they put the frickin' Baltic between them. Oh, those people down south count with the base of 20. Oh, put an ocean between them. I know, that's my horrible Canadian Swedish. Well, hey, I came up with short notice. I love playing my Swedish and my Norwegian armies. They're fun. Base 20. Wow. I guess all their wargaming uses D20. Boom. D20 is just percentile. Cheap, poor man's percentile, right? So learning to count in Denmark is kind of hard. Huh. So that means to them, the resistance took twice as long. Instead of 6 hours, it was 12 hours. I don't know. That might not even be true. That's just what I remember hearing. Yeah, you remember things, and they may not necessarily be true. Wasn't there also a movie on Netflix or something like that? It was about the Danish resistance in World War II, kind of like a behind the scenes partisan type thing. I want to say I started watching it and didn't. Like, oh shit! I gotta go wake my daughter up. Yikes! I'll be right back, folks. Okay, we're back. Yeah, there's like a Danish resistance movie or something like that. I think is what it was. So I don't know what you thought was funny. Hopefully, you find me amusing. Perfect. I make fun of everything. That's how I was. That's how I was raised. That's what we. That's how things used to be, man. We're all different. We all come from different places, and you got to laugh at ourselves, and it's all good. Or as Luke would say in one of his videos, we dislike people from all places. Oh. All right. This is taking a long time, but hey, I guess I could rush this a little bit more, but hey, I'm enjoying putting these little. I think the paint's a little too thin, is what the issue is here. All right, let's try to thicken this up a little bit more. We dislike people from all places. Speaking of Sweden, there seems to have been a lot more Volvos in the past than there are now. I don't know what happened. There just doesn't seem to be that many of them running around. Um, I heard through the grapevine from somebody, and I didn't look into it, that they're now owned by a different company, but I don't really know. They've always been, I'd say, relatively popular here in the United States. It's not like it's a rare vehicle or something, but oh man. So in 90, so 95 in Danish is basically pronounced 5.5 fives, which is basically five plus, no, no, screw that. I'm not going there. I'm not buying more Legos. Screw those guys. I'm not on Danishes though. Those things are freaking amazing. At least the American Danishes. You know, people here, or at least the perception is that people here in the United States love donuts. I can't stand donuts. Uh, I can pretty much eat anything. I have almost what you would call a cast iron stomach. I can pretty much eat anything spicy, no issues, right? I eat one donut and I get heartburn within 30 seconds. I just can't do it. And they're bad for you. I'm fat enough as it is already. I don't need no. Why would you eat something in the morning that makes you go back to sleep? I don't do sugar. I'm not a sugar person. Some people drink and they get angry. I eat sugar and get angry. So don't give this guy sugar. So unlike Mitch, who's always having some sugary thing on video. In case you guys hadn't noticed, he's the sugar. He's the sugar mama. But yeah, the perception is that people here in the United States eat donuts all the time. I'm not so sure that's the case. Police officers certainly do. At least that's a perception. Stop talking about Danish numbers now, because they are full of. Okay, I don't know what I was in reference to. I think the timing on that one was a little bit too delayed there. I lost the. Yeah, isn't it funny how certain countries have a perception of what they're known for? I don't think that the Danes had a perception here in the United States, or if it is, I certainly don't. I guess it is the you wait until there's so many of a certain nationality, and then they kind of a perception goes on there. So you know, I mean, what are Lithuanians known for? I mean, there's just not that many of them that come in. You know, we all know what Irish are known for. Donuts, not Danish. Yeah, donuts. I mean, a glazed donut is excellent, but I can't handle that kind of sugar. I no. My fa noropita. That sounds Greek. Oh, which is a Greek cake. Nice with lots of powdered sugar on it. Faunoropita. The problem with the Greeks are just use our freaking alphabet for God's sakes. Now, don't get me wrong. The Greek letters look cool, okay? So do the Russian ones. So do the Hebrew ones, etc. I just can't read them. And and their pronunciation is totally different. You know, get with the program, man. Even the Turks manage, folks. Now you can speak your lingua. Can we all just agree to use the same alphabet? I mean, come on, folks. There's my problem with the Greeks. Like everybody in Greece could just like change all of a sudden, right? But I don't speak German, okay? But if I got dropped out of an airplane in Germany and had to go find a bathroom and I couldn't talk to anybody, I'd be able to figure out where the bathroom is by reading the sign and not accidentally, take a dump in it, somebody's kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Or France, or it's a end of fasting cake. Okay. So it follows the Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox religion. So there's a Russian version also. Cool. I've never been to an Orthodox service. I think it would be pretty interesting. I like their art. Used to read the old Marvel comics back in the 70s. They used to advertise Twinkies. I had to try one when I first went to the States. I wish I hadn't. Yeah, they're horrible. They're kind of the dessert version of bologna. And nobody eats those things. Those are all processed, and they don't expire for like, you buy a Twinkie and the expiration date on it is you'll be dead by the time it expires. Yeah, nobody eats that crap. Yeah, Twinkies, that's horrible. There's bad stuff that comes from every country. You guys know that. There's things in your home country you're not proud of, food wise and stuff. I've only had, I think, one Greek dessert thing, and it's that, you know what it is. I can't think of what it is. Baklava. That's what it is. Way too sweet, too honey. It's not my thing. You have lots of friends from Russia, so I've learned to read the Cyrillic alphabet. It looks really cool, but you just, you know, yeah. Russians did pretty good the other night with some good games, some tight games. Not to be a spoiler, but I'm so glad the damn Mongols didn't win. Oh, not a Mongol lover, sorry. That's also not why I wouldn't paint the army because of that. I don't have a Mongol army because, ooh, it could cause some desires to tinker with the rules to make them better. But we don't want to get into that at this point. Maybe 10 years from now, maybe for a specific battle. Makes you wonder, when the Mongols went and took out that library in Baghdad, when they raided Baghdad, what did we lose? Like if that hadn't happened, what access would we have to sources that we don't have right now? That's like one of the worst crimes you can do is just destroy things that of knowledge that were acquired after hundreds of years, or these people that destroy these monuments and stuff, like ISIS and stuff. I mean, you can't rebuild that stuff. I mean, at least now we have pictures of it, but stuff without pictures, you basically just, burn in books and stuff like that just because you don't agree with stuff. I mean, that's one of the worst crimes you can do. Erase things that happened, that right or wrong, whatever was written down, people sacrificed their life or whatever for. We should at least be able to learn from it so we don't repeat those same mistakes. So, what did we lose in burning Baghdad? Barbarians. Baklava is horrible. Too sweet for me. Good. We agree. I guess that means you must be from Florida. There's deductive reasoning used incorrectly. I love Greek food though. Man, Greek food's good. I don't touch that lamb stuff though. I don't eat funny meats. Um, there's no reason to. Other people can if they want. It's not my thing. Funny meats, gamey stuff. Nah, no thanks. There's a there's a place here in town, just a little, almost like a fast food joint. It's not. It doesn't have a drive-through window or anything. The place is called The Spot, and the people that work there, I think it's a husband and wife team. They're the owners. They're there all the time, and they're like right off the boat, right off the Greek boat. And the place is amazing. It's inexpensive. You get a lot of food, and of course, you'll have bad breath or unpleasant breath for like 3 days. But if you eat it, it's okay. But yeah, she always has a sour face on her. Maybe she's not angry, or maybe she married a Turk. Maybe that's what it is. The place is wonderful. I've done reviews on YouTube. I think I got a thing from Google that I took pictures of my plate and I put it on their website, and I've gotten like almost 1 million views. It's a little college place, so a lot of students go through there. And yeah, many burnings of the Library of Alexandria. What did we lose in them? Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's better that we don't know. That's just sad. It's sad to lose knowledge. That's why I hate when you find out a book that you're interested in is out of print. Like, okay, we'll print it again. No, we don't want to. Well, then lie, cheat, and steal to get a copy. Don't bring about another dark age. Good morning, Dirk. I mentioned you earlier before you were on. And I don't remember what it was about. Oh yeah, we were talking about this papal army that somebody said it wasn't very good in DBMM. I believe that was you. If it was, why? Why is it no good? Does it have poor value points for the units that you get, or just a lack of good quality troops that you can even buy? You play DBMM. I think it was you that mentioned it. I like mentioning people when they're not around. I don't say anything nasty about them. It's just, it's the truth. Although I did say I don't remember if it was you that said it, so I believe it was. It had to be a DBMM player, and you're the only one I can think of. I would love to play DBMM, but somebody else has to run the game. Because I tell you right now, the way that our game group likes to play, we really would appreciate setting up a battle, and you think you know how it's going to go, and then it's freaking rains. Or, something weird happens, unexpected. We like that kind of stuff, you know? Um, we like those weird things that's like, oh, well, this is just going to be like every other. Nope. Your troops drank too much and now they have diarrhea. Oh, man, they're -2 on all combats. And then you have to try to overcome that. We would appreciate that kind of stuff. Other people don't, but especially Mitch and I, we like those kind of things that, that just happen. Shit happens. Your troops have dysentery. Shit happens. Oops. Speaking of which, lots of people died from that. And I just remember that because I just finished the War of the Roses book, which was excellent, and started off with Henry V, and that's what he supposedly died from. You know, just multiple commands with allied generals, none of whom get good troops. Okay, yeah, that's an appeal for me in DVA. We can have some infighting, and yeah, they don't have to have allies, but this is going to be a wacky army. You know, wacky wacky army. All right. Yeah, I would love to play those more complicated games, but I just don't have it in me to play a game 100 times wrong anymore. And that's what it would be. It's extremely unsatisfying, especially when you're not trying to do it. If you're trying to be manipulative and be like, well, I know what the rules are, but I'm going to play them wrong to see what I can get away with. And I know there's people, maybe not watching right now, but there's people like that because I know one person. They're not in our game group. And that's some dishonorable crap. I'm way too medieval in my thinking to play like that and be like, that's dishonorable. We're going outside with long swords and settle this. Besides, what's the satisfaction in beating somebody if you cheated? It's not very satisfying. Unless you like lose at life every day and you have to try to get a win no matter what. That's right, you lose at life people. Just like you win, you shouldn't dog somebody so much just because you won. There's a high element of luck in this stuff. You need to attribute things to luck when they're in your favor and when they're not. Be honest. But cheating just to get a win, what's the point? You might as well just not even play anybody and just create your own win-loss record and say, hey, look, I've won 80% of the time. You know, what, so people will respect you? Come on. There's people like that. I know. I don't want to play with people like that. All right, see who got pissed off. Allies can be unreliable due to the MO. Okay. James L, welcome. Evening from Sydney. Right. After some rules collecting and drop offs and access at the local charity shop. Man, that's too far away for me to go check that out. Tries on that, I can't really replace DBA or the Neil Thomas rules. I did get DBR out of curiosity though. Bad day on the dice can curtail any player. Yeah. The dice are going to do what the dice are going to do. I haven't had a bad experience with players wargaming. I really haven't. Especially the more I play, the less it seems to happen. Um, I think a lot of it is what you bring to the game yourself. You know, if people know that you're a no nonsense, bullshit doesn't fly here kind of person, then you kind of snuff that stuff off right to begin with. But um, the if there's that many people that are really okay, so I'm playing a tournament right now. All right, it's weird calling something a tournament where there's nothing to win. But anyways, in Field of Glory, and this particular player, I'm not going to say what country he's from, but I don't thought that it really matters. But I usually kind of do a greeting to him and say, "Hey, welcome from Florida," or what have you. And this particular player has like avoided combat the whole time to like go hide in a corner in both games. And I'm like, half of me doesn't want to finish the game because it's like this guy's just fighting extremely dishonorable, and he's got like the better army. It's like, why you who plays like that? Now, there was a guy I remember. Hopefully, it isn't one of you guys listening to. I don't know what the person's name is, but back in the day of DBA 2.2, there was supposedly a player in the New Zealand circuit that they. I was told that they played only one army and they set up in the corner, like where you couldn't get to them. And I'm like, a person that plays like that is probably a dick in real life. I mean, like, there's got to be a sense of honor and like, okay, let's just see what happens. And at the end of the day, it's just a game, right? Um, yeah, probably find easier to find opponents reviews. No, never had a bad experience playing, but met plenty of weirdos. And it's a chain store. Oh, okay. I got to go wake up the daughter. I'll be right back. All right. Who goes and hides in a corner? If you have an army of Soloi or skirmishers, for those who do not know that strange Greek terminology. I had a Greek speaker that said, you shouldn't call them Soloi, you should call them whatever it was. And I'm like, I can't do that because every time I mention them, nobody would know what the hell I was talking about because it wasn't even similar to Soloi. It was extremely weird. Losing can be fun too. It is. Some of my favorite games I mean, obviously you were saying it the whole time. It wasn't like you were getting stomped. Those are no fun. Being undefeated probably doesn't teach much. Um, well, nobody's undefeated. You're going to lose games. It happens. In a perfect world, I will win 50.1% of the time. I don't want to win every game. I want to be challenged. Otherwise, what's the point? But I don't know. Some people have different weirdos at a certain chain store. Is that Kmart? Walmart, right? Walmart. It's definitely Walmart. There's weirdos at Walmart. There's weirdos everywhere. The problem is some places just seem to be more weirdo prolific than others. I don't understand why there's so many gamers that are weirdos. And I'm not saying that you need to be cool. I'm just, you could be nerdy. Oh, using the N word. Oh, but you need to be able to turn it off. But this whole people that don't bathe and no, that's unacceptable. That should never be. That should never happen ever, unless you're not near a water source. I mean, unless you're in some poverty-stricken place in Ethiopia. There's no reason you can't shower every day. There's something wrong with you. So, or wear deodorant. It's not like, well, deodorant. They don't make deodorant in my size, dude. Put on some freaking deodorant, man. There's no reason for that. Call people out on that. Or there's people that shower, but they put the same clothes back on. Like, that doesn't work, man. Freaking animals. Oh, well. They sell elves. Oh, Santa's workshop. Like elves, but they need to spray people with eau de toilette before they enter the store. Andy Armack, welcome. Have I ever played Hordes of Things? If so, would be interested to see if it plays like DBA. So, I have played Horde of the Things maybe 4 or 5 times. It was done at conventions where they supplied all the troops. The problem with Hordes of the Things is it's different enough from DBA that it gets confusing. It's not necessarily better or worse, and it's compatible with 3.0 at all. It's the 2.2 game. I do have the rules. The problem is that the conforming rules are different. It's not that now there's a troop type and it's beasts, or knights are now this, or there's shooters that are this, or there's a winged dragon that has these factors. The problem is that the conforming rules are different. And in doing that and getting used to one game, you become unused to the other one. That's why I haven't played it. And I'm not much for fantasy, but I have played it and it varies some, but it's mostly conforming and things like that. Those things that are abstract, that are hard to wrap your head around to begin with. So when it's something is hard to wrap your head around to begin with, and you end up slight differences, it just becomes hard to follow. So I haven't gotten into it, but I do have the rules. But there's some people that play both, but there seems to be, for the most part, people either play Hordes of the Things or DBA. I know there's some cross over in it, but it's not for me. because of the conforming thing. If it was just like DBA 3.0 and then, oh, by the way, we're going to play hordes. Okay, cool. We're going to do a magician and a magician moves this far or he shoots this distance. And then, it would be okay. You could play a standard army with a non-standard one, but the conforming is different. And so back when 2.2 was around, I heard it was better. I heard that the conforming and those type of things was better in Hordes of the Things than 2.2. But yeah, it's brilliant. You think simple in some ways. To be honest, just buy some Centaur hoplites. There you go. Dragon Rampant and Fantastic Battles are the natural successors in some ways. So I played Lion Rampant a couple times. I really like it. And I've been tempted to play Lion Rampant with 15 millimeter figures, and you could just count the casualties off with multiple stands. I've thought about doing it. I like the push your luck mechanic that Lion Rampant has. And it's the rules are pretty basic. You could just, if you need more detail to the rules, you could probably easily just add it. But I like Lion Rampant. Conforming has been simplified. Okay. Mercy is a legend for skirmish games. I don't know that one. No flanking though. You like Dragon better because it can encompass Renaissance better. Renaissance. Maybe one of these days I'll get around to doing some Renaissance. Just such an uphill battle. I don't want to work on rules. I really don't. It's not in me. I'm not that person. This is what I do, and make funny voices and roll dice. That's what my therapy is. Working on rules, how to represent a tercio properly, is not my idea of a good time. Just like Mitch will never paint anything, so he's not interested in anything painting related. You know, we're all different. Well, we're getting close to being done with this. I think this took longer than I thought it was going to, but that's all right. No big deal. I could have painted a little quicker. As I like to say, I could have talked a little less, but then I would have just gone and surfed something else. You know. Now, one thing I didn't check is to see if this guy had a surcoat. I don't remember. I think he doesn't. If he does, he does. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, we'll have to do that afterwards. Man, he's going to be all like the same color. Well, we're going to have to use a different blue for that. We need to vary this a little bit, or it's just going to look like one big blob. Let's show you what have we got so far. For those of you that are interested, I know some of you people are just here for background noise while you work on your hobby, and that's fine. I do the same thing. But he's got the he's got the cloth he's wearing over his mail, so there's not enough space under to put circles. So we're going to use that other blue that we were on the fence about. If I played Lion, you might like Pikeman's Lament, which is similar but late Renaissance. Except that's not my period. Yeah, Pikeman's Lament is like more like 30 Years' War, English Civil War. I like um, I like early to mid 1500s, and man, I got the rules. I got to get impetus a try, and I know I've heard things that people don't like about impetus, but you know I got to give it a try. I bought the rules. I printed up the rules. They're beautiful. There's got to be something in there that I like. I know it doesn't have pips. It's probably what I won't like about it. the most. But can I be honest with you folks? Of course I can. I feel like I am all the time. I can't stand the I can't stand having to conform with a unit to go into combat. I'm like fed up with it. I mean, yeah, I deal with it because it gets games played, but my next set of rules that I play will not have that. None of this lining up. It's just dumb as hell, and it's artificial, and it's abstract-ish. It takes away from the feeling that you're playing something. So I just can't stand the, and I've said this so many times. I can't stand the, where's my sink? Around here. Find two loose stands here. I can't stand guys can't fight like this. Assuming they're facing this way. Why? Why does it have to be like this? It takes, why can't these fight? I I'm never gonna understand it. Some people have told me what the reasoning is, but like somebody said, well, it makes sense if you've ever tried to play a game that they don't line up. I'm like, but I haven't played that, so why not? And it's like, you, you mean we can go to Mars, but we can't figure that out? Will the will that damn quadratic formula help me use that? Because I'm trying to find a use for that damn quadratic formula, and I still haven't yet. All right, we're gonna vary this a little bit. I've said it, if I ever come up with a set of rules, that's the number one thing that we're doing. You know, is you're gonna be able to fight at whatever unit that. Now you end up, when you follow up or something, like, let's say this unit gets eliminated, you might end up doing something like this, but it's just way too abstract now. And if a unit is equipped with a weapon that has a range, it's going to have a ranged attack. Now the ranged attack may be really short range. I mean, it could be half a base width or something, but at least it will have some real life attribute that could be. That's one of the things that, if you're making a set of rules and you play another set of rules now, and every single person that's playing the new rule set goes, hey, how come this is this way? And you're back, and your reasoning before it is, well, that's just what the rules say. That's the wrong reason to have. So, and that doesn't mean I'm going to be splitting off to make my own set of rules. But if I ever did, it would definitely have those things on there. So, anyhow, I love DBA, but it could be so much better. So, and I mean, Phil's a genius, but we played the game more in a year than he ever has. I'm guessing we play a lot. You know, um, most games let you wheel and move. What sources are you using for the Papal Herald? Well, see, that's just the thing. Um, isn't that It just isn't that much information. So, like, this guy is. I'm just going to use Italian Knights. You didn't catch earlier, but in this battle, this is an army from the 1200s. You kind of have to keep it open so you don't have a bunch of knights that all look the same, like equipment wise. So during this time, the whole fight between the Guelphs, which were backed up by the Pope, or they took the Pope's side, versus the Ghibellines, that were city states that, well, they were both city states, but that took the side of the Holy Roman Empire. And there's city states that switch sides in most of these battles, but there's some that stayed relatively true to either backing one or the other. So my knights are going to come from in the Papal army. This is a mercenary army, but they're going to come from two of the city states that were true to the Pope's side, and those are Bologna and Florence. So now they might not be knights that were at a particular battle, but they're going to be from at least, some kind of a, you got to keep some kind of semblance of order so that you have kind of a theme going. And that's the one I'm going for. So this particular one is a family of, this is in the Italian army book that I got from Osprey. And it's from a battle of, supposedly a battle of Campaldino, which actually takes place in 1289, which is later than I want, but I like the design, and it's a Florentine footman. So we decided to turn him into a Florentine-ish knight. And anyhow, that's the theme that we're going to go with. So at least we will have Italian style heraldry or motifs. We're not just making things up out of the sky. Like there's one guy also that has like a rooster. Well, we're going to have that on him as well. So if a unit you're attacking is visible, the nearest unit in range it should be alignable from corners. How it explains how the unit forms up in contact funnily enough. I may have to look at that. Yeah, we play a lot and we teach a lot of new players. So it's like, man, have mercy on us. Like, let's make the rules a little easier for those of us that are doing this job out of the love of the game. Make it easier to explain to people. The I feel like DBA focus too much of your effort when you're learning the game focuses on trying to comprehend these abstract things and not enough on combat. To give you an example, it should be if there wasn't a whole lot of lining up, in other words, you could just fight like this, then you could spend some of the time in dealing with abstractness to improve some of the combat results. They don't need to be improved a lot, but just so there's a little bit more variances. Not something huge. We're not going to turn it into, Field of Glory or, that kind of stuff. But, anyhow, just thinking outside the box here. I know I've mentioned this many times before, but I would have done it already if that was my background is to be a rules person. But, rules people, I'm a painter. If I want to get a good game of Renaissance on, I'll just boot up Pike and Shot by Slytherin, which is made by Richard Bodley Scott, and I think it gets a lot of it right, and it's like super cheap. It's like under $10 or something like that. So, are you making me? Yes, I'm making you. Are you making me dig through my painting pile for my Italian Candata Field of Glory army and starting to paint them? Starting to sound like it. My Italian Candata would have already been painted if Joe wouldn't have painted one because I've got all the troops for him. And no, that would be beautiful. They would be beautiful. But, you know, and that's not to say that Joe kept me from painting them, but he already has the army, so why should I build the same army? There's no reason to. So I'm excited about painting these. Let me use this term loosely. Nah, I'm not going to say it. I call them second tier figures. These figures are nobody's first choice if you're going to buy the army. Nobody's going to say, hey, I'm looking for some medieval knights. What manufacturer do you recommend? Nobody's going to jump and say these guys. There's nothing wrong with them. They're just kind of dated. But all figures paint up well. So, or at least I'll be happy with how they paint up. Yeah, people have woken up. Excellent. No, I'm not making it. I don't make people do things. That's not my MO. That's for people that like the control. I'm the anti-control people. I don't. I don't want to tell people what to do, and I don't want people telling me what to do. So it makes me an American. I don't like being told what to do. It's fair. I don't tell other people what to do. I expect the same. I demand the same treatment. Just because somebody else likes something doesn't mean you have to. You don't have to be ugly to them, but they don't have to be ugly to you either. Somebody posted a comment in the last couple days on one of the Facebook groups for DBA, and they mentioned another rule set. And I was kind of, I don't have a problem with it, but the other rule set that you mentioned, if you mention DBA on their page, they'll like freaking be nasty. Like, why you mention this thing here? I'm like, okay, well, the door swings both ways. Don't mention their rule set on DBA. I don't want to cause controversy, you know. So I get it, but the door swings both ways, you know. You can't be you can't be ugly to people, and then you expect people to kiss your feet. You know, it doesn't work that way. Not in my world, it doesn't. So let's lighten this up a little bit. So it's still blue, but it's a different blue. Just have a little bit of variance there. Well, this is taking a while, but you know, by the time I'm done with this, there's not much left to paint on. this, this is not much to this guy. Now, the only thing I hate about this figure is I'm turning him around on this base. I keep scuffing up the edge here of this of the of the um, of the cloth there on just going over the horse. So that's kind of annoying having to repaint that. So we'll have to come touch that up towards the end there. That's why I don't do hooves until the end. And this is a relatively light colored covering on him. So we're gonna have just a brown horse for this guy. That's why I don't make that decision until later on, until we've got most of his garments painted. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna go up any higher than that, but and it looks almost the same color here on the picture view. It doesn't in real life. There's a little bit more variation. I don't know what this camera just does. It makes things not pop as much as they should. So lances. If these guys use colored lances, I don't think they did. They're all wooden colored. I believe this particular one is also, well, this guy's a foot guy. He just has a regular brown lance. Well, I'm gonna do that. So always fancy a Venetian army to fight the Ottomans. Well, if you do it in DBA, they would just eat the Ottomans to bits, but that doesn't really narrow it down. The poor Ottomans have a hard time. It's winning games in DBA. All right, let's paint the one of my favorite armies, though. I really like how they turned out, and they're fun to play, but don't expect to win with them. I think they're 18-36 or something like that. They have like a 1-2 record with a lot of games, so they're never going to go 50-50 at this point. They have such a big hole to dig themselves out of. But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy playing them. Just don't play them against someone you don't want to lose to. I don't like playing Frank because I don't want to lose to him. Well, don't play the Ottomans then against him. Give him the Ottomans. Yeah, I really like that army. Okay, let's bring this up a little bit. Hardly a one-up, but I have an embarrassing amount of Ren dudes. It started with Essex packs, and then I was like, what if I need to play something else? I have a ton of Renaissance armies too. Unpainted, of course. But I've got not a one-up. They don't count if they're not painted, right? Anybody, anybody could just buy stuff. Because I like that period. And it's not gamed. I don't know why. I don't know why it's not gamed. The pile of shame is big. Some ways thinking about combining the Ordnance and Swiss, Germans and Kandahar. Your Ottomans or Essex. Mine are all kinds of weird things. I got some Essex guys in there as well. Welcome, Joe. I inspire you to paint. No, it's just therapy. It's either that or I need medication. So let's just do this. I don't need medication. But this is therapy. You ever wonder if people that are therapists do that so that they seem like their life's not as messed up as the people that come see them? I've thought about that. I don't have a whole lot of drama in my personal life. I do at work, just stuff happens there. But when I come home, nah. Actually getting faster at painting using graffiti paint and caps. Undertone, midtone, highlighting, 3 easy sprays. You used Persian heavy cavalry as Anatolian heavy supplies. Yeah, those are all mixable. Yeah, some of those figures are cool. They're cool looking. Hey, Anatolia. All right, let's paint this lance. We're going to give this guy just a brown lance. Hey, somebody's got to have one. Being summoned. Hold on one second. Anatolians, yeah. That's actually like it when vandals and goths show up at a party in the same dress. Okay, you find it easier to paint over a color undercoat. Even use cue dramatic music. Dip. Most of the easy way out techniques are good. They just apply sloppily. Most of the easy way out techniques are good. They're just applied sloppily. So you're a dipshit. No, look, the dip method actually looks pretty good. I just I can do a better job than the dip method. So that's why I do it. It would be, oh man, this guy's got like shin guards or something. I've never seen that. That's weird. I just noticed this for the first time. Let's see if I can show you guys. Look at his almost like greaves. I don't even think it comes out here. He's got little greaves there. Okay, well we'll have to paint them as greaves. There's no getting around that. Um, the dip stuff looks just fine. I got to do the best I can do, and I can do better than that. So why shouldn't I, right? But there's nothing wrong. As long as you're happy with what you're doing, paint job wise, just go with that. You know, yeah, just go with that. What time is it? 8. I gotta check and see if the lawn dried enough to mow it. I don't think it has. We had a torrential amount of rain last night, which we needed it, and that's gonna keep me from doing it. I normally would not be on right now. Would take my daughter to go swim, but the plans are a little bit different today, so I will be staying with you guys for a little longer. I am going to need to take a break after the wife leaves and run some clothes. So we'll go and load some in there, and then we'll come back. I'd take like what 5 minutes, maybe less than that. So, anywho, we're going to be painting a little bit more this morning. Should be able to get this guy done, especially since he's nearly done as it is. Sometimes. Well, we all can be, right? I've brushed hand. I've busted hands, so it's all helpful. Oh, a grievance. There you go. So in the last 5 years, I've started painting without contacts, and I'm naturally nearsighted. And now I don't know that I'm painting better, but I'm noticing little details that the sculptor left on the figures more than before. So mainly because the figures are almost 6 times bigger than they used to be to me. But I did most of my painting in 20/20 vision with contacts in. It never occurred to me to use this as an advantage. What a dumbass, right? There's my dipshit move. So people say, oh, well, no wonder you're nearsighted. That's why you paint better. I said, yeah, but I didn't really realize it until like 5 years ago. I was dumbing down my focus vision and just painting in 2020 vision. Oh well. Hey, at least I figured it out. wasn't until I couldn't paint anymore because of, getting the old person's disease and not being able to see things that are closer to your face, which is extremely disturbing for somebody who's nearsighted to not be able to see things that are closer. That's like a race car driver that can't pull out of their own driveway. All right. Got this. He has a little bit of a face showing. So we get to do our flesh mix here for that. That one's way too big for this. This one should be able to do all right. There's not much of a face showing around this cough. Even though it should be called a coif. Nobody asked me how we're going to spell words in the English language or other languages. Otherwise, I would have been like, we're not putting letters in there we're not pronouncing. That's just dumb. I actually don't think this one's big enough. We need to go back to that other one that we did the circles with. Okay. Oh, I gotta take my meds. My med. For those of you who are wondering, it's a small pill to keep me from ending up as the main story on the news. I'm kidding. Have to scoot. Have a good day. You too, James. Thanks for stopping by. It's my psoriasis medication. Not a big deal. I don't have it that bad, but it keeps me from being itchy. Everybody's got something. That's what I got dealt. And the nice thing is it curbs hunger a little bit, which, dudes, I can use that. Okay? Because this boy likes to eat. I like to eat. So that's always welcome. I remember when it got put on it, the doctor's like, well, it has some side effects. I'm like, okay, so tell me about it. I said, it could cause depression, all right, and rapid weight loss. And I'm like, who the hell's depressed that has rapid weight loss? Unless you're already skinny, which is not one of my attributes. Although I'm still gamer medium. I'm in rather good shape for a gamer. Which isn't saying a whole lot. All right. this up a little bit. If any of you guys know what time period these figures were cast in, let me know. I'd be curious to know if it was the early 80s or anything like that. I'm new to this stuff, so those of you guys that have been playing WRG stuff for a while, maybe you know. Where's the camera? Over here? Focus, damn it, focus. Eh, it didn't look like much on this video. It never does. All right, helmet. We're just going to go straight solid metal on this guy. All right, so we should have some over here in metal head corner. Uh-oh. Despite buying the odd Osprey book as research, I kind of like using a color scheme for the army and then vary it. That's a good idea. We're learning in the Dark Ages were dyed much brighter than initially thought, for example. The armies always have a good unified look, though. I do. I like picking out a color palette. I think that that's a lot of fun for me. I enjoy doing that. I definitely enjoy doing that. I had one guy one time tell me, he's like, I like your armies, but they're too dark. And I told him, I said, well, the problem is I'm painting in really good lighting conditions and we're playing in really poor ones. So, I don't want to paint them extra bright just in case we play in a shitty place like this, because then they're going to look awful. They're going to look like clowns while I'm painting them. So, improve your lighting conditions. Okay, now about these greaves. I guess we're just going to paint this stuff solid, and we're going to come in here with a Null and Oil wash, which we have to do for the helmet anyways. And I've never seen a chainmail figure with like greaves on top of the chainmail on the front. It's just odd. Just odd. Okay. We're gonna need to set that a little bit, and then we'll drop some Null and Oil on there and give it a little bit of more variation, and then come back with pick out some of the details again with the same color, and yeah. Some of the figures are quite similar for some periods, so using red as a key for Swiss or green for French helps just for playing. Anything above 6mm, I'm using movement trays sometimes anyways. Usually they have lamellar style strips for greaves or hardened leather. Yeah, not this. This looks like a one-piece type embossed strange thing. Strange. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Just never seen anything like that. All right, well, we need to pop a color there on this sheath there for the sword. So we're going to use a red leather type color. We could probably just commandeer this color here and use that. I think the girls left, so I'll be right back. Let me go Let me go run some clothes. That takes some time. So might as well get that process started. Sorry about that. Life happens. Guess by the 12th century, it'd be several million meals and plates. Tony washes his socks. Who wore games in Western Sydney? Just me and a bin chicken. Western Sydney. That would be the suburbs of Sydney, wouldn't it? No, Western. Yeah, that'd be the suburbs. All right, leather. Now we can talk louder. There's no one here. It's going to be a very busy day today with lots of things happening, so I'm going to get this painting done while we can. Hopefully we can get this guy done, which is certainly plausible because there's not much left. Between the CBD and the mountains. CBD, you mean the stuff that comes from marijuana? CBD oil. I think that's what it's called. Oh no, we're not going to talk about drugs because I don't know jack shit about it. I know about ibuprofen, caffeine, alcohol. That's it. Any other drugs I don't know jack shit about. Never have. As I like to say, tequila always took me where I needed to go. Vitamin T. Not that I drink very often, but if you guys watch my videos, you know when I'm drinking, just when I'm on the video. Pretty much don't drink any other time. All right. I got to drink to deal with somebody who likes to say rutabaga a lot. And ever so slightly. Keeps me from wanting to kill him. Kidding, of course. About halfway. No, the city. Actually take that oil for. It's ironically impossible to open the bottle, so I never use it. Ironically impossible. Oh, like the ceiling thing? Are you not under 9 years old and you can't open a child safety thing? I think you would have to take a lot to get into Cheech Marin territory. I've never watched any of their movies. I don't like drug humor. I don't. I'll take that back. The only thing I thought was really funny. There's a movie called, I've only seen it one time. It came out several years ago called Horrible Bosses. And there's a scene where the main protagonist break into his boss's house. It's basically a payback movie where they're paying back all their bosses. And this one particular boss, I believe he was played by Colin Farrell, had like cocaine somewhere on this table. And somehow they spill it. I may get the details wrong. Anyways, it goes airborne. And this guy ingests it, and the next thing you know, he's like, yeah, I feel great. And he starts like throwing down a bunch of push-ups and stuff like that. So that part was funny because it doesn't promote drug use. It just kind of happened, and it doesn't do that. But yeah, I don't. You know, you can do whatever you want with life, but I don't see promoting drug use. I don't. Never been a part of that. None of my friends ever been a part of that. If that's your thing, well, that's cool. But you know, I don't run drugs. I just run alcohol and guns. So you know, I get my thrills on that. Don't know shit about drugs. All right. But if you want to do it, by all means do it. But don't have it. Don't put it in my face. Don't expose my children to it, and don't give it to me. All right. Could do a little bit. We could use the same leather color and be a little bit of variance in color there. If you haven't done it by now, I tell people not to bother, honestly. Jump on the bike, by all means. Uh, Most things have a medical use, but if people who expect these things to cure all are kidding, it's best to be healthy and use what you got. Absolutely. You were a DJ for years, all around, all that, it gets very boring very quickly. Yeah, I don't, you know, yeah. Although you were a DJ for years, there's some music I just don't appreciate. And I think it's because I never did drugs. Um, I know lots of people that like, for instance, say Pink Floyd. It just like I don't get it. It's not horrible. It's just not something that's my thing, and it just I don't understand that. You know, I don't know. You know, I'm not exposed to that kind of stuff. But anyhow, yeah, with the music scene now, yeah, I'm definitely old school. I don't know what the hell the kids are listening to these days. And you know, the thing is they don't know what the hell they're listening to either. Yeah. I thought about this the other day. Yeah, if I let's say I went somewhere talking about it's not worth it anymore. It's forget it being illegal, just the principle of it. Um, um, if I went somewhere and somebody like snuck drugs into something and I ate it, what would I do to that person? I might do something extremely violent and illegal to that person if they did that. Because it's like, you know, like you're taking my virginity away. It's almost to that level, you know. It's like, you know, I'm almost 50 and I've never done it. And like, to me, it's like worth so much to say that I never have that if you take that away from me, I might have to, you know, dismember you or something, you know. I've actually thought about that recently. I'm like, man, that's maybe I'll just bring my own food. Some people are afraid of COVID. I'm afraid of somebody giving me drugs this late in my life, and I can't say I've never had drugs before. I would play a lot of different places, techno clubs, indie rock nights, retro things. I kind of had to find something I like, almost anything. It's good to teach your children to be vigilant about the drinks, actually. Yeah. I am very, am I on national TV? My, Let me phrase it like this. Let me phrase it like this. My parents were extremely strict about a lot of things, about many things. One thing they were not strict about was alcohol. And that doesn't mean that, I could just go out on drinking binges. But when I was underage, I would be handed a drink, not a whole drink, but like to try different, nothing super strong, like a beer. A beer never hurt anybody, you know? Um, the Puritans in this damn country screw everything up, So, it wasn't a big deal. So I never did crazy stuff with alcohol. You don't need to. Um, and that's what I've taught my daughter as well. So I don't think she's going to have a problem with that. And I don't know. Have I had too much to drink on occasion? Absolutely, we all have. Have I done something crazy while I've had too much to drink with alcohol? No. They make movies and news headlines about people that do that. I think the driving age and the drinking age are backwards. I think you should be able to have beer and alcohol before you can drive a vehicle. I think it's a lot more dangerous driving a vehicle than just sitting and having, a beer or a half a beer or whatever. So I'm very liberal when it comes to that. Um, Europeans handle alcohol better than Aussies. We overdo it a bit. I meant more actually in reference to what you're saying. Teach them to literally watch their drinks. Okay, I'll do that. Well, I have a daughter, so I've already told her to be, she'll do fine. I don't have mixed drinks anymore. I don't cook, but I do enjoy mixing drinks. I don't anymore much because I really don't have them. But I go places. I usually just have. Really, there's people. Man, if I found out somebody freaking laced my daughter's drink with something, I'm not a violent person, but we'll leave it there. Not cool. Well, I got a car with enough horsepower now. I could just hitch them up and just drag them behind it and wouldn't even slow down anybody. I watch too many violent movies. Yeah, there's worlds full of evil people out there. Hopefully, none of them are watching this. Worlds full of evil people out there. You like a scotch or sometimes half beer, half lemonade, or a Guinness with raspberry just to raise the. So, one of my wife's friends came over the other day and she had to bring some beer. I know, right? What a friend. And she brought Guinness. It was like a Guinness coffee stout. Man, that stuff was amazing. That was really, really good. Not that there's anything wrong with regular Guinness, but yeah, it added, that's some pretty amazing stuff. I was impressed. I can't drink. I can't for the life of me drink alcohol at room temperature. So I can never drink something like a scotch or a whiskey without ice in it. I just can't. I'm hot all the damn time. I don't care how it's supposed to be drank. I'm not drinking a warm beer. I drink everything cold. My coffee's cold. I don't drink room temperature stuff. So I'm American. We have ice in this country. Damn it. I'm adamant about that. I don't drink room temperature liquor. It's just no point. I mean, if you have a glass and you take, say, scotch, okay, and you pour it in the glass, what's the point? Why don't you just put a rubber nipple on the damn scotch bottle and just drink it from there? Now, if you have drinks however you want, you have them that way. I'm a huge ice fan, but I'm hot all the time. So I live in a very hot state, literally. yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Studs, great winner, I think. I'm always amazed U.S. citizens can join the army, own a gun, get married, vote, but still can't have a drink. It's stupid, Dirk. It doesn't make any sense. It's because you guys in Europe kicked all these good-for-nothing, non-party animals over here and they landed in 1620 instead of crashing on the damn rocks. Uh, oh, it's their Puritan hats. Yeah, the guys are, it's the buckles on their damn shoes, is what it is. Uh, Belgian beer is amazing. It can be, yeah. And Australian beer is only ever cold. Yeah, yeah. Australia's pretty cool. You guys just have to work on driving on the other side of the road, and we'll be good then. I'm never gonna let people forget that. I can deal with the metric system, man. I just can't draw. I can't fathom. I can't fathom driving on the left. And what's even worse is having the having the gear shifter on the left hand side. I just what? I don't know. I guess I have to. I guess I need a few drinks before I do that, right? No, if I ever go to those countries, I'm not going to drive in them. I just let other people drive. I love to drive though. I really, really do. Um, but that's a bit much. That's a bit much with the clutch pedal, the shifter on the left. Wow. I could deal with a metric system. Metric system's cool. Me and the metric system are cool, but man, I'm not driving on that wrong side. I'll let somebody else do that. And even the French do it right. That ought to tell you something. Oh man. You spotted our cunning plan. When I hit about 30 or 31, I only ever had one or two though. We have kangaroo howdas here. I much prefer caffeine in its many evil forms. I totally agree with you. That is my drug of choice. Caffeine. Absolutely. Not giving that up. I can go on a diet. I'd give up meat. I'm not giving up caffeine. I don't have to give up meat. Okay, I'll give up meat, but I'm not giving up ham. How about that? Man, I love ham. Not giving up caffeine. I don't care if I ever drink again. It's not that important. I just don't want somebody telling me I can't drink. It's like, oh, hell no. Now we're drinking. Is that everywhere around the world? That's just us Americans that don't like being told what to do. Maybe it's personal. There's plenty of people in this country that like being told what to do. This last couple of years proved it. That's a different subject altogether, but I don't know. Is that an American thing where we don't like being told what to do? Maybe it's because we're being told by what to do by somebody who doesn't have a really good moral compass. Like you think like, man, that guy really does know what's better for us. I guess we should do what it is, but it's like, man, that guy's got ulterior motives. I ain't listening to his ass. I don't like being told by the government what to do. I don't, I've said it before. I don't need laws. I know how to behave. Laws aren't made for me. They're made for people that don't know how to behave, treat other people with respect, leave people alone, and they still don't care. Yeah, nobody should be allowed to join the army and not be able to drink. That's just stupid. That's stupid on so many levels. So, or vote. Australian Greg. Traditional French life is pretty enviable. That's why we hate them. Tony, good morning. I'll be able to watch for a while before the lights out. I know that's the problem with Australia. Is after a while they just said, "You guys just need to cut your power off to you," right? Is that what you're trying to get at? No. I love vegetarian food, but I still need one or two serves of meat a week. Yeah, I like all my vegetables. I have no problems with it. I like everything. Vegetarian, not vegan. Yeah, no. I don't care if cows get molested. I really don't. I'm not very sympathetic to them. I could feel sorry for them if they got eaten, because on my way back from work, we drive by, well, there's all little calves and everything, and they're cute. And it's sad if you think about it that you have to blow a hole in your head or whatever, to eat them. But I don't care if, they get molested. Yeah. Interest in running should disqualify you. Don't know what that means. I remember when I was in the States, no one wanted to be told what to do, but many were quite happy to tell others what to do. Yeah, I don't care if other people don't do what I tell them. I'm not that short. I don't care, I just don't, I don't care what other people tell me. Oh, running for office. I couldn't do it. I just absolutely couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. It'd be like being a cop. There's no way I could be a cop. Keep arresting the same person over again. Or maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe you find out people that you serve with that you're risking your life on or on the take. Oh, no. And even if you don't have any of those problems, you still have to wear, I call them polyester pirates. You know, you still have to wear polyester all day long. No, no, I couldn't be a cop. No. And their job is it's never done. No matter how much you try, it's you know, I would feel like I wouldn't make a difference. So why am I even doing this? So you gotta have to be a certain personality type for that. Just like you have to be a certain personality type to be an attorney. I could never be an attorney. I could never defend somebody who I thought was guilty. It's not me. I'm not gonna, I'm the wrong person for that. You know, not everybody's made for everything, and that's okay. It's a good thing that people have the stomach to be surgeons because if we're all like me, like, sorry, dude, you're gonna die because nothing I do for you. I don't have the stomach to do surgery. I am working on the first papal knight, or the first guy that's in service for the Pope, taking the Pope's money, or the Pope's money that he took from everybody else. Well, you know what it is. Can't wait to start doing the Pope jokes. Hey, we make fun of everything right now. None of these people back then, these were outstanding individuals. So let's brighten this yellow up a little bit. And yes, we will do a Pope figure, but yes, he will be last. We have to work up to him. A litter. Okay, that's a little better. Brighten up a little bit. Yes, Mr. Three Golden Rings himself. All right, we're going to put a little bit of detailing there on that helmet. Make the little spots pop a little bit. What particular Pope's army are you representing? Something around Pope Innocent IV. So this is going to be that time period, early 1200s. So of course he's going to run around saying, you know, I'm innocent, right? I not do nothing wrong. I'm innocent. But this heraldry is drawn from knights of city-states during a similar type period for city-states that allied with the Pope. Because you can't find any info on certain guys that fought with the Pope. You can, a couple of leaders and stuff, but that's it, you know. And these guys are all mercenaries, so they're going to have their own heraldry. Now, the foot troops are actually going to have some papal type of motifs on their shields with the whole keys things or whatever. So we'll tie that in there somehow, but not these guys. These are all individual guys that just got nothing better to do, so they need some coin. You just finished another 3 elements of fast warband today for the ancient British. Ah. The ancient British. That's a pretty good army, actually. A lot of mounted. On a British army kick right now. Huh? Have your feudal English gone into battle yet? If so, how'd they do? The English. A little bit of highlighting here on these straps on these guys. I guess I should have checked what time I put the clothes in. Not that they're going to rot or anything out there, but feudal English are for the Lincoln snare. I'm running at Moab, mother of all battles, in October. The ancient British are for the Watling Street scenario at the same convention. Mother of all battles. I guess the convention scene's back to normal in Australia, huh? Not here in the States yet. They're having them, but We supposedly have our local one in September, but we won't be attending until we get back to, normal. Not going to a convention with restrictions. I don't need to go that. I don't need to go to a convention. We don't need to game that badly. So we'll just film a video instead. All you guys can see that. Especially since pretty much everywhere here in Florida, the restrictions are pretty much lifted. Things are almost back to normal, except for those people that don't want to go back to normal. So, I don't live in a big metropolitan area. Anyhow, not in close proximity with that many people. Probably the thing that I've experienced that's the least back up to normal is the whole car scene. Man, it was a pain in the ass to buy a car. Just availability. Just no availability, and government gave people a lot of money. Not a lot of money, but gave a lot of people money, and they used that money to buy cars if they were limited. So it really kind of reduced the availability big time. Sounds like fun, happy, who helped things sort out with my spine. Hopefully easier to get around by then. Yeah. Sure about traders, think there may restrictions. It'll be a suck and see situation. Suck and see. That sounds like, man, it's gonna suck. Oh, I don't believe you. Oh, well, you'll see. Yep. All right. We about done with this dude? I'm tired of looking at this. No, we still got the damn stirrups to do. All right, let's get our stirrup color out. Seem to be using Iraqi sand for that. What did you miss? Just back from the atmosphere, John Carter from Mars. Welcome. Underrated film, actually. I started watching it, and the problem with the internet is, as somebody mentioned, with the movies, somebody mentioned there's not much worth watching on TV, and I agree with them. It's not interactive enough. It's just, it's a little too like. It's not that I want to solve a mystery or something, but I want something that's a little bit more thinking, and that just doesn't do it for me. But I started watching it, and I think I made it like 10 minutes or maybe even less than that, and I just got distracted by something else. And then when I went back to try to look at it, I think it was gone. But can't really say anything about it. I know that it was a movie that, at least here in the United States, was either people liked it or hated it. It was. I don't think anybody I spoke to said it was all right. They either really liked it or they really disliked it. So a lot of that is just expectations. You have an expectation for a movie to be about a certain way, and you know, as the war movie I always like to bring up that has that same reaction is Thin Red Line. I remember watching it a long time ago, and I hated it because it wasn't about what I wanted the movie to be about. And people who love or hate that movie, I would say it's not an unofficial poll, but I would say 75% or more of the people that saw that movie did not like it, that I've spoken to or that I've seen. But You know, I mean, I can tell you right now, when I want to go see a war movie, like a World War II war movie, I want to see equipment, tactics, and stuff in action. That's what I want to see. I don't care about anything else. That's the MO for me to go see a war movie. So, tablet's battery about to die. Catch you later, Tony. Okay. Hey, Australian Greg, as I like to call him. Not like there's not a million people named Greg in Australia. Well, maybe not. Yeah, there probably are a million Gregs in Australia. What's the population of Australia? 100 million? I'm gonna guess. We're 235 or 250 or 240 or something like that. So Australia's got to be 100 million. Yeah, that's probably a million Gregs. That's fair. Maybe 500,000 might be closer. Now I want to see how close I got. 100 million people in Australia. Was that right? Much more concentrated than the United States. You think the UK is in trouble with the Delta Indian variant taking off in the last week, just when we thought we were coming out of its back with a vengeance? 20 are named Greg. What? Did you look? What's the population of Australia? Let's see how close I got. I used to be really good at that stuff, but you forget things if you don't practice. I'm going to look it up right now. And of course, we're going to go with whatever Wikipedia says because it's never wrong. Popu. What did I say? 100 million? Population of Australia. It's Australia, not Australia. Wow, I was off. Woo! You guys need to make more babies over there. 25.36 million. Man, there should be more people in Australia, especially as attractive as Australian women are. Man, you guys need to get on the ball. Keep up the vitamin C. Sounds silly, but it's in the recommended list. Australian women are punchy. Man, I don't even know my own language. The hell does that mean? Punchy definition. No, punchy women. There we go. I hope I don't go to one of these sites that I don't know what that is. Punchy definition. Forceful. Okay. I don't know that I like that. Not that I need somebody submissive, but you know what I mean. I don't want to be bossed around by anybody. Well, I'm not exactly in the market for other women, if you know what I'm saying. We only have 5 million Kiwis. Wow. I live outside tied up to a stick. 4 million Gregs. I mean, they will knock your block off. Yeah, not so much for that. It's okay to stand out. I don't want somebody to be a pushover, but like redneck women. Well, many look nice on the outside. There we go. Not that I'm in the market for that, or have been for a long time. So long that I don't even know what American women are anymore. I don't. I feel like in my lifetime, and I'm not that old. I'll be 50 in a few days. In a few days, in a week and a half. I don't feel like I'm 50. I feel like I'm still 25 with 24 years, 25 years of baggage. Although baggage is probably the wrong terminology. How about like crap I'm just not going to put up with anymore? I feel like this country's changed a lot in my lifetime. And, you know, it's different. It's different. And I wouldn't say it's better different. I definitely would not say it's better. It's just, I wanted to be a kid. I want to be an adult in the times when I was a kid. And, now I'm an adult in a different time. It's almost like, where are we? But so I try not to worry about current events or politics or anything like that too much. But this is definitely different. Maybe that's normal. Maybe no matter what time you're in, things are always evolving. I'm not that old. It wasn't that long ago. Things have changed a lot since I've started playing DBA. That's there you go. That's even. I've been playing the same games and things have changed. All right. I think we can call this guy. No, we can't. We got to do his damn hooves. Hoofy von Hoofelstein. I don't wanna. Uh-oh. I can only type this because the missus is out. Oh, I could say anything I want in front of the missus. She knows what I'm all about. I've eaten my gruel. I don't want to comment on U.S. women. Just request an embargo on all media U.S. women consumed by Aussie women. Okay, you just want an embargo on all media by U.S. women. Yeah, I don't know. Finding it hard to motivate myself to pay as it seems a long way off before I'll be doing any gaming. Well, that sucks, man. Feminism. Hoofenhauer. Feminism. Yeah. I'm not going to comment on that. Men and women are not the same. And that's not to say one's better than the other. It's okay. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I think my daughter is extremely independent. My wife is too, and I'm proud of them for it. You shouldn't be dependent on someone else because you never know. that person could leave you hanging. So you need to be your own person, you know? Is that me being a feminist? I guess in a way. But let's just be realistic. You know, you should be your own person. And if you're with somebody, they should make you better. If not, and you don't need to be with that person. There. Doesn't matter who you want to be with. Shouldn't be with anybody that's gonna make you worse. Today on Life Lessons with Tony. Now you do whatever you want. That's just, that's common sense to me. It's a team effort. You should. My wife is good at everything that I'm not good at, which is a lot of things. That's okay. She can't paint worth a shit, and she's not good with directions. Well, that may be about it. But I got those two things down, damn it. And she doesn't know shit about history and doesn't want to. Other than that, she's great at everything else. Hey, just imagine if you were with somebody that you were the same, right? Like both of you were good painters. Uh, Neither one of you could cook. What else? Both of you got lost. I mean, that'd be like a match made in hell, right? Two people that sucked at everything that didn't complement each other. Being decent comes before any ism. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Got really sad doing Warhammer battles online. Side of the game, moving armies, etc. Not the same as DBM, Art de la Guerre, DBA, playing with real people. It never is. I am the housewife in my relationship, and generally I like it. Well, as long as you don't have to wear a skirt. I mean, unless you're into that. I am really jealous and I'll be honest with you, I'm extremely unsympathetic. I'm extremely unsympathetic of people that are able to work from home. Don't give me this crying, oh, I can't wait to go in the office. All right, stop being a pussy, okay? And enjoy the fact that you can work from home wearing wherever the hell you want. And it's not that I have to dress up, but like I work in an outside environment that's always hot. I got to wear long pants, which is okay. I dress relatively comfortable, but I'm in like 98 freaking degree weather. And like yesterday, it was a freaking storm and lightning, and so don't give me this, I gotta work from home with my internet. And I'm not sympathetic to you, okay? Notice I didn't say people who lost their jobs. I'm just saying people that still have a job and they can work from the comfort of their own home. You're saving so much gasoline, you know, well, I can't get any work done because I'm at home. Well, stop freaking watching my videos, damn it, and get some work done. I would love to work from home just one day. Just one day ever in 27 freaking years. I'd love to work from home. Nope. Working from home is better for everybody. You're not using fossil fuels. You're not wasting time on a commute. It just, hopefully, this has shown that it's less overhead for your company. Everybody wins. No skirt, but plenty of baking. Yeah, there you go. You got the best of both worlds. No COVID in New Zealand, but still working from home. It's fantastic. Yeah, excellent. I just hope that we get to punish the people that are behind this. That's it. I said it. It's pretty obvious to me who's behind it. It's a no-brainer. So I'm doing all I can. Mm. You know, if I was an entrepreneur, I'm not. I don't want to work 24 hours a day. Um, oh, you didn't miss. Oh, now you wake up. That's too late. I'm not filling you in, pal. New Zealand looking better every year. We need to invade. Australia and New Zealand go to war. I don't know much about New Zealand. You guys need to work on your like PR efforts a little bit better, or maybe I need to pay attention more. I've always thought of, and I don't mean this ugly, but I've always thought of New Zealand as New Zealand to Australia. This is just my perception, okay? Um, Obviously not environmental wise, like how trees and stuff look or atmosphere, but I've always thought of New Zealand as to Australia as Scotland was to the United to England. Would that be accurate? Is there a I don't know, maybe there's just more sheep or something like that in New Zealand. I don't know. It's hillier, is it? I don't know. There's some big mountains in Australia. I don't know. I don't know anything about Australia. You guys need to ramp up your efforts more. Um, New Zealand is Australia's Canada. Okay. They apologize for everything. People from Canada are too nice. We have guys that come down to a convention or whatever, and they're saying is Mitch and I make fun of them all the time. Sorry about that. They like apologize even when they don't need to. That's just kind of they're really nice folks. Or people from New Zealand super nice. Sorry. Ah, yes. We'll fight you on the beaches and on the war games tables. We'll never surrender. There you go. Dirk is Dirk Churchill Heinsius. Hawaii is to U.S. I've never been to Hawaii, but I have a feeling I would be disappointed. Oh, that was hidden? Well, we're going to show it because I believe in free speech. And you didn't say anything wrong. I don't have a problem with people using colorful language as long as it's not directed at somebody. Use it as an adjective, not as a noun. Is that the correct use of that? You know what I mean. We certainly do our share of cussing on our games, but it's not directed at anybody. It's all fun. You guys know that. We're here to have a good time, or at least I am. I mean, I'm not having a good time. I'm not doing this. All right, we got to paint the back of his saddle. There's always something else to be done. Damn it. Always something else to be done. Let's mix up this color here. It's funny. This is like a saddle, and I see this frequently. It's a saddle that's sitting, the back of the saddle that's sitting on top of the cloth. So the cloth must have like a hole in it that the saddle fits through, because that seems like what it is. Because you never see like the straps, the saddle is tied down. That's all underneath the the covering, the horse covering. But that's a frequent thing. I've seen that a lot on a lot of the miniatures. So that's how I'm going to paint it. I'm going to assume there's a cutout there in the cloth and it pops through, and that's how you see what you see. So I said, if I was an entrepreneur, I would create a store that was called ABC. There's a store in the United States called ABC. It's a liquor store. It's a chain. It wouldn't be a liquor store. I would create a store called ABC. It wouldn't even have to be a store. It could be a website. It could be a distribution center. ABC. Anything but China. So any product from anywhere in the world. Well, there could be other places that wouldn't have their stuff. How about like, anything but, we could sell anything, but it wouldn't, you can't have anything that would come from China or North Korea or, any regime that is anti freedom. And, I'd buy all my stuff there. So, Kiwis usually super nice. Most people are super nice, no matter where they're from. Just like you shouldn't judge all people from the United States from people from New York. That's we don't like we want to give that back to you. England, can you come take that back, please? We don't want that. And there's probably some nice people in New York. So I've heard. But big cities are not big. I suspect that big cities are very similar all around the world. Just too many people in your way, and it's just very difficult to do something simple. And the next thing you know, you're, you know, a butthole. You know, I don't live in a big city. Never plan to. I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't want to live anywhere where you're waiting for a parking spot in a parking lot for somebody to pull out and somebody jumps in front of you and takes it. That's just like let's go to the broadswords. You know. All right. Was New Zealand a penal colony as well? I don't mean it ugly. I just, I mean that's what Georgia's known for. That's what Australia is known for. Way back in the day, not now. Was New Zealand also a one of those? Don't know. Don't know anything about New Zealand. I know they lasted more than 6 hours in the World War, though. I can tell you that much. Okay, there we go. This is what we're gonna go with. This clown. Phoenix, not too bad. Only have small riots. Really? I'm surprised there's any riots in Arizona. I mean, you guys are armed to the teeth. You can like walk down the road with rifles and stuff like that. Which I don't have a problem with it. Again, I don't like being told I can't do something. So I'd rather just keep my options open more. Although I do have a dream of one day going horseback riding somewhere out west with a rifle slung on my back. Yay, Denmark! um, Mr. Cog's still here. New Zealand wasn't a penal colony. Okay. You moved from a shady part of town to a leafy green suburb with a yard and a garage for gaming and making music. Life is much better. I, I can only imagine. Yeah. I don't. We actually have a certified crazy person in our neighborhood. We have a neighborhood that has, let me think, 60, let's say 70 houses in it. And there is a crazy person, not certified crazy person. This person blasts loud music and parties at 5 a.m. And I understand he's armed and you know, and scares the neighbors, and there's nothing he can do about it. Luckily, he's in a place where I can avoid him completely. So hopefully, they just a house next to him just sold, and the poor bastard that's moving in there, they have no idea. Well, unless it's one of their, one of his mates, in which case it's not going to be good. But I couldn't live next to that. I'd have to leave. You know. So I'm back again. Too many people out to do some proper biking. You guys need like another round of COVID. Keep the people indoors. That way you do some biking. I'm kidding. You don't need that. Did I touch this up? I did not touch him up. All right. Man, this guy never ends. It's the never ending night. Yeah, you can't have that in your neighborhood, man. You can't be at work and then, you'll never believe what happened while you were at work, Tony. The guy next door did this, that, or the other night. You don't get to threaten your neighbors, man. Not cool. So I found out about this because we were walking in our neighborhood trying to get some exercise. I'm like, yeah, we can't have that. At 5 in the morning, we're like, or 5:30 was like that. We got up early. I'm like, let's just start walking in the morning, try to get some exercise in. And this guy's out partying like it's 1999, music blaring, on drugs or alcohol or something that makes you angry. You know, I just want to hug people. I have too much to drink and I want to hug people, you know, above the waist. Um, I don't get violent, but yeah, you can't have that. You can't have that next door, man. You got to move. Unless you don't care about your family, but that's a deal breaker right there. My brother lived in New Zealand for a year and loved it. Said it was Scotland with good food. Oh yeah, that's got to be the worst thing about Scotland, right? The food. McDonald's. McDonald's is the best Scottish food around. I know a friend of mine that said Scottish food was created on a dare. I don't know. I never tried it. There's weird food everywhere, but I don't think I'd mind the weather. Although I don't like dreary skies. Dreary skies really get me down, but I can deal with the cold, man. I like the cold, especially if it's wet and cold. That makes me want to be outside, but not dreary skies. That's depressing. I get no bugs. Are there any bugs in Scotland? That's what we got here, man. We got bugs galore. All right, here we go. No, I'm not. I don't want to be notified about that thing. Oh, I got a lot of. Hold on, make sure. That's not important. That's not important. That's not important. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Okay, cool. All right, here he is. What do you call this family? The Ketchi. The Ketchi? Yeah. Or Serci. The Serci family. Hey, it's gonna have dinner at the Serci's. Okay. Bam, done. Next. All right, I better go switch the clothes. I'll be right back. Yes, I'm gonna go do housewife stuff. No, I do that. It's okay to divvy things up. I did clothes when I lived alone. Like Swedish Sturmester. I don't know what the little umlaut over the O means, so I'll probably say that wrong. Swedish Surstorming. That people outside of Sweden eat completely wrong for the gag effect. Okay, I don't know what that means, but you lost me at gag effect. I'll be right back. Okay. What I miss? What I miss? Now I gotta do my favorite part that's called hang-upables. Anytime you do any kind of laundry, there seems to be 3/4 of the stuff that that you wash, you have to hang up because otherwise it just gets deformed or whatever. So let me make sure there's not any questions on here. We'll continue the monologue and then get back to painting the next guy. All night, James. Scotland has midges in the summer and small mosquitoes on the moorlands and lakesides. Yeah, well, I'm sure moorlands, man. All kinds of creepy stuff goes in there. You guys have no snakes, right? People are terrified of snakes. I don't get it. Snakes are cool. I don't want them crawling around my house. And yeah, they scare the crap out of you because they're fast and have no feet. How can something that fast have no feet? Well, because it's all muscle. That's how. That's how it is. But you're used to whatever it is that you have in the place that you come from. I know people that say they would never come to Florida because of the hurricanes and alligators. I got news for you. I've lived in Florida my entire life. I don't live in a high metropolitan area, and I've never seen an alligator walking around. I mean, yeah, they're nearby, but alligators are places that you don't go. You know, you're not looking for where the alligators are. Now, snakes, yeah, sometimes there's, but all the snakes, 90% of the snakes or even higher are good snakes. You don't want them in your house, but, you know, they're cool. I don't need to feel the need to pick one up, but worms, I don't like worms. Worms are disgusting. There's some creatures that just make, sorry, I'm a racist when it comes to creatures. So there's just some creatures I just don't like. Actually, it's not by, that technically, it's not a race, so that's not being a racist. Some creatures I don't like worms. I don't like those flying cockroaches. If I could press a button that says, hey, if you press this button right here, you kill all the cockroaches, I'd be like, I don't care what the repercussions are. Those are nasty. They fly at you, they run around in random directions, you don't know where they're going to end up. No. No. Spiders, you can catch a spider. I mean, we're not talking about tarantulas or something like that. They're little. Okay, you don't like spiders, you can get away from them. I've never thought they're gross. I've even encountered black widow spiders, not in the house, at work. Okay, they're little. They don't want to mess with you. You're not good eating. Never put t-shirts in the dryer. I don't either. They get deformed. They end up being just as wide and they're shorter. So you end up like you're trying to walk around like Britney Spears, which, you know, none of us really have the body for that. Yeah, so I've had lots of hurricanes. I'm in the middle of the freaking state. Knock on wood. By the time it gets to us, it's at a reasonable speed. And you can see them coming. You don't like a hurricane? Leave. Earthquakes, man, no. My miniatures hobby and earthquakes are incompatible. I'm not dealing with earthquakes. And I know they can happen everywhere, but they don't happen in Florida. We got a big problem with tourists. We got people that show up down here and then just don't want to leave. It is just freaking hot all the time, unfortunately. It's a beautiful place. I mean, we get great blue skies, but it's just hot all. And I work outside, so you know, yeah, there's air conditioning, but on the weekends I don't want to go outside. I get enough of that. Florida's great if you can stay wet. If you go to the beach, doesn't matter how hot it is. You're at the beach, right? You got all sorts of creatures. Yeah, it's too dry out there for me. My skin wouldn't be able to take it. My psoriasis would not like Arizona. Although one day I will get a chance to go, I'm sure. Some extremes of, you guys got snow and cactus and canyons and mountains, you got everything. Maybe I'll get a chance to go there before it turns into California, East California. Had some friends that just moved to California a year ago and they moved back. They moved just before the COVID thing hit. Talk about the wrong time to move out there. And they just couldn't take it anymore. They're like, I wouldn't last a week. I bet the weather's better. And that's it. I think if I lived in Australia, other than the driving on the wrong side, yeah, I'm not going to drop that. Sorry. I think I'd probably do okay in Australia. It would be very Americanish. Same thing with Canada, but I don't think I'd do well in California. I think I'd do better in Australia than California, honestly. California wants you to, not to be political, California wants you to apologize for too many things you didn't do. I don't think Australia's that way. I'm not apologizing for nothing I didn't do. Sorry. And I tell Australian Greg, I said, man, I have never met an Australian person I haven't liked. And his quip was, oh, we have our share of arseholes. Well, they're all over the world, aren't they? Off to work. All right, Andy, thanks for coming by, man. Catch you soon. You have the largest lake? You do? What? No, Lake Superior is the largest lake. You mean maybe you have the largest lake inside the boundaries of your state? Is that what you mean? You guys have some huge lake that I saw pictures that came up on my computer. I've got my computer that when I turn it up, it's set to give you landscapes or whatever. You guys have some huge lake that has like green water, and I don't mean it's green because it's scum filled and nasty. It's just like naturally green because of the sky or whatever. And I forget which one it is. It's some, I don't know. I've never been out there, but I looked it up and I'm like, man, that's pretty cool in the middle of the state. Lake Havasu, coastline bigger than mainland U.S. What? All right, we're gonna have to look that up. That sounds fascinating. Havasu. Is Arizona one of those places like Florida? Places where they name they they fight these wars against the native population, right? And they ship them off somewhere, and then they feel bad about it, and they name everything after them. So the only people that can pronounce it are people that no longer live here. Like, wouldn't it have been better if you didn't ship those people off? Yeah, there's all kinds of weird names, Seminole named, and other tribal names here in Florida. And nobody can pronounce it. The people who can pronounce it are no longer here anymore. Alachua. It's the city that I work in. Calling it a city would be a joke. Town that I work in, which is just 15 minutes north of where I live. named after people that no longer live in this area. Their descendants are running casinos or whatever it is that they're doing. How about don't ship those people away? Or don't name things after them. Pick one. Most of Arizona's reservation, I just find that so strange. I just find it so strange. I don't know. We have them here. There's one that's basically on the outskirts of Miami. And now entering, I forget which one it is. Okay? But it's like, I'm going to say 8 blocks by 8 blocks. I could be wrong. But it's in the middle of the city. You wouldn't, I mean, okay, that might be a reservation, but you wouldn't know just walking down the street. It's not like all of a sudden there's dirt sidewalks in that section. It looks exactly the same as everything else. Like, I just find that very, very strange. Why do you gotta segregate people? Like, okay, we're gonna put these people over here. We're gonna give them control over that. I don't know. Nobody asked me. It doesn't make any sense. Why can't we all just live together? Nobody asked me for my opinion. They wouldn't care anyways, right? I only went through one reservation I can think of recently. It was up there in Cherokee, North Carolina, on the south end of the Smoky Mountains. Road that goes in between Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and Cherokee, North Carolina. Smoky Mountain National Park. Beautiful place. Both ends, the two cities on both ends of that are completely and totally opposite. You go hang up this in the other room and I'll come back and finish that thought. Cherokee, North Carolina, on the south end of it, is a 1970s-esque type place that just kind of burned out. It's really sad, actually. I'm sorry if you're from there and you enjoy it, but just passing through, it looks very sad, like something went terribly wrong and in this town, and it's hanging on by a lifeline. That's in the reservation. I think it's in the reservation. Yeah, it's in the reservation. Probably Cherokee reservation. That would make sense, wouldn't it? The north end is Gatlinburg. It was a town that was a tourist town. I remember going there as a kid, and I went there, I don't know, a couple of years ago. And it's like, honestly, to me, it reminded me of Kissimmee, Florida, and a trailer park had a baby. And it's horrible. It is just overly commercialized. And I'm not an anti-commercial person, but you can't just throw up a bunch of signs and $3 towels and all those places and it look like, nice. So, yeah, it's so bad I'll never go there again. So, but the forest in the middle is beautiful. Smoky Mountains that park's really nice. But there was a big debate about naming a mountain after Indian women killed in Iraq. In Iraq, the mountain, or you're going to name somewhere in, I don't know. They go back renaming things. I don't care what you call it now. I'm still calling it Mount McKinley. What is it, Denali? Just go name a new mountain, Denali. I know, they don't pop up all the time. I get it. All right. It's not like somebody's out there worshiping McKinley. I don't know. Did he do anything bad? He got killed. All right. By logic, I should paint the same figure. You know, the same actual figure, because that's my way of making sure I don't paint them both the same. So that's what we're gonna do. This guy is just all right. Well, hold on a second. We got to do the cock guy, the guy with the black rooster. Which guy are we going to use for that? What else do we got here? Other patterns here. Well, now you got me thinking. Let's go. Let's go to my maps, man. I live on Google Maps. Well, if it's that big, Kevin, I should just be able to zoom over there and find the mountain and find that lake all of a sudden. Why? I don't see the lake from outer space. Where is it? It's got to be this. It's got to be this thing next to Vegas, right? Lake Mead is the one I'm thinking of. I saw pictures of Lake Mead. That's not the one. Lake Havasu. Lake Mead was the one I saw pictures of. It was like bright green. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Lake Hav Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Okay. It's got little fjord things. Okay, I see some green stuff there. Man, I'm just looking. I feel thirsty just looking at that at how arid it is around there. The Colorado River runs through there. Oh man, and then you go down south and you have this Colorado River reservation that I-10 runs through it, and it is all you could tell they got the sprinklers going in there. Blythe and what's the name of this other town? This is Poston. It's just all desert, and then you get to that. It must be a valley, and it is all the sprinkler system, just probably fed by the Colorado River, just sprinkling all that stuff on there because it is just it's an oasis there. Interesting. Yeah, you. I'll get a chance to go out there sometime. I'll get a chance to go out there sometime. It's an interesting place. We were supposed to go to Vegas year before last, never got around to it. Things just kind of not for gambling or anything. I just we were gonna go with some friends. It just didn't pan out. So I don't gamble only when I play DBA. DBA is the only gambling I do, and it's for no money. I don't have the personality type for that. If you if you've seen my gameplay, you know I don't like taking risks. All right, so all right, let's go back on. Let me look at some of this stuff here. Give me just a moment to kind of iron out who we're going to use. All right, so we're going to do the yellow one. Let's go ahead and do the yellow one. Yeah, we go ahead and do this guy. We can use the same figure. All right. So it's a yellow with a black rooster on it. Okay. There's another name for that, but let's not go there. Sturgeon used to live there, grew about 20 feet long. Yeah, they can be big. Sturgeon. we still have these two colors here. So let's go ahead, and what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to paint everything that's going to be yellow and brown. Just get it over with and just make it brown so that you'll be able to cover it. Okay. It's 9:30. I'm good till 10, and then we gotta do other things. I have a feeling I'm gonna have an unexpected visitor about that time. So, and we got lots of people in town this weekend. So we might as well just assume that that's going to happen. And at least we had a good run this morning. We'll be back on tomorrow morning after that. So, Marco Mavro, welcome from Texas. Houston, if I remember correctly. The place we almost lived. My dad almost took a job in 1981 or 80 in Sugar Land, Texas, which at the time was separated from Houston. I'm sure it's all one big conglomerate thing now, but we almost lived there. I got saved from wearing boots every day. Thanks, Dad, for not taking that job. No, I've been to the Houston area a couple times. People are Houston, Texas is a different place, and I don't mean that ugly. For an outsider, it's an interesting place. Again, we're going to continue painting all of this brown. This is everything that's going to be yellow on this particular figure. Never got a chance to go on the USS Texas. I remember we were visiting there and I didn't get a chance to go as a kid. And I was there for work, so we didn't get a chance to go there for that. Now it's under repairs, what have you. When I replaced Spears, what he used? 5-minute epoxy all the way. Not Houston. Oh, I thought you were in Houston. Sorry. God forbid. West Texas, Comanche country. Okay. You wear boots every day, wearing them right now. They're the best. Okay, partner. Hey, wear whatever you want, man. This is America. You can still do that, or you at least could do that. You used to be able to. I'm not so sure anymore. I've been out of touch with what America is these days. West Texas, huh? Best undercoat for yellow is pink. Well, okay then. I always use brown. I've used I've used black before too, but it just gets greenish. It turns greenish. All right, let's find out what's over in your part of the world. West Texas, huh? Oh, West Texas. Oh, that's the part of Texas that yeah, I had somebody that man, there's nothing out there. Well, you might not. I'm talking about. I had somebody that said, yeah, the West Texas is totally different. You got like moon rocks and moon rock looking stuff out there. I bet you must be over in Midland, Lubbock, that type of area, not in the little strip there that ends at El Paso. I thought you were in the green part of Texas. I guess you're over in the brown part of Texas. Green and brown from satellite view. Never been out there. Wyoming. I want to go to Wyoming. I don't know why. Sounds good. Been to Colorado. It wasn't what I expected. I think I was expecting the Colorado of another time period, not the Colorado of this time period. Still beautiful. Mountains for us lowlanders. I mean, talk about a lowlander. I mean, I don't know if there's anywhere lower land. I mean, I guess, nah, even Louisiana, even though it's lower than Florida, still has, a part of Louisiana that's high on mountains. I mean, our highest point, I think, is like 250 feet, 300 feet over sea level. That's it. You know, this is one big sandbar. So, yeah, I don't do boots. I don't do pickup trucks. And I don't do country music, although we have one of those bike things, and they do these rides based on music things. So I did a country ride. Okay, I've never been exposed to country music. I'm a 70s and 80s rock person. If I'm going to listen to music, that's what I do. And it wasn't that bad. It doesn't mean I liked it. It still wasn't that bad. Now, what I did dislike was they did a hip hop ride, and I won't do any. I won't do one of those again. That's does not compute for me. So you were in Fort Hood for 3 years. There's three lakes and three rivers within 5 miles of me. I know where you are. I've got your GPS location. Is the boot wearing a cultural thing, or does it have a basis in something like protection from snakes? Boots are good for riding and walking through muddy pasture. For most, a fashion thing, but out here it's actually a utility. Fort Hood Temple is nice. The I-35 corridor isn't the prettiest. I drive an F-250. Well, you got your own distillery for that. Long bed 4x4. Will never own anything other than a truck. Yeah. Well, good thing. We'll always make trucks. Ford will always make trucks. A friend of mine didn't believe me when I heard like 3 years ago that Ford was planning on discontinuing everything other than here in the States, other than their trucks, SUVs, and the Mustang. And they're like, you're full of crap. They're never going to be. Apparently, it's true. It's happened now. Well, if things don't sell, then why make them, right? Everybody has their things. I am a devout fan of rice burners, so I will always have a rice burner. That's what I've always driven. Sedans. I prefer coupes, but they're becoming rarer and rarer to find within a price point I'm willing to pay. Trucks in the 80s used to be inexpensive. Now they're like more expensive. I had an Xterra for many number of years. I love my Xterra, but I'm not going to afford 16 miles to the gallon. That's absurd. I don't need the off-road capabilities of it. I just like to keep an eye on the person that's in front of me. Keeping an eye on the person that's in front of the person that's in front of me. There. So I like the height, but you know, the most truck thing I could do would be something like a Toyota 4Runner, but they're just too expensive. I don't want to spend that kind of money on a vehicle. Just a vehicle. But a bed? Nah. I wanted to get a Jeep. They're too expensive. They're just too expensive for that. And I don't need the off-road capability of it. They just look cool. And I got to be practical. So yeah, trucks will always sell in this country. But I don't have a use for a bed. Just got a stick shift again for 13 years of depravity. Depravity? Depravity? I've been depraved for 15 years, for 13 years. So Ford tried selling only pickups here and it didn't work. Where, in Arizona? All right, let's get this yellow in here. And this yellow dried up quick. I've gone without 13 years of a stick shift, and against my wishes. My wife couldn't drive it. I can't drive it. I can't take it anywhere. All right. No more. In a perfect world, I'll never have an automatic. Ever. I like playing a game everywhere I go. It's like you're playing a driving game. All right, this yellow ain't working. We're going to need to step this up. What do you mean by that? Well, I'll show you. We'll get to that yellow eventually. You guys think that people in the United States, I can't speak for other people in the world, have a lot of brand loyalty when it comes to vehicles? You have people that only buy Fords, only buy Chevys, only buy Hondas. Depends on the person. I had a lot of brand loyalty to Nissan, and then Toyota pulled us away, and then I had a lot of brand loyalty to Toyota, and then they didn't manufacture anything new this freaking year, and we're like, screw you, we're going to some other Japanese company. It's not their fault. They just, shit happened this last year. So I like those wars. People that I hate Chevy, I like Ford, and I hate Ford, I like Chevy, and there we go. There we go. This is what we're looking for here. We may need to just cover just about all this anyways. Uh, we got to do a rooster on here, but we don't need to do it at this level yet. Let's just cover this, and then we'll start from this point. This is why you paint thin, so it's not an issue. Arizona has a variety of people that like a variety of cars. Yep, here too, so. We don't like being told we can't drive a certain thing. Yeah, I like Nextera. I had it used, and had issues with the air conditioning. Had issues with my original Nissan also. I mean, it didn't happen immediately. It happened, after it was like 7 or 8 years old. It wasn't like, it was a lemon or anything. And with the problem with the air conditioning is that, sometimes you have to take everything in the damn engine out to work on it, which you get eaten up by labor. So that's why we're like, you know what? We're just going to lease cars for now because then we don't have to worry about those big issues. Which is especially handy if you don't fall in love with a vehicle. It's just a vehicle. At the end of the day, it's going to crap out. It won't last forever. So, your brand loyalty is good deals. Okay, fair enough. In Australia, you used to drive a lot of brand loyalty until our domestic vehicle manufacturing ceased. Now I think we just go for the best thing for the buck, generally Korean or Japanese. Same here. We miss Pontiac, another native name, yeah. What was the domestic car? Was it Vauxhall? What was the domestic Australian? And the only reason I even know that name is that I play driving games, and I'm like, what's this? Never heard of this car. What's the domestic Australian brand? I'm not a fan of domestic vehicles. Sorry, folks. Does that make me un-American? No, I just want a samurai at the end of the QC line. I like the idea that there's people's names who worked on this car inscribed on there, and if something breaks on it, they get hunted down and beheaded. Not just like, oh, don't break. Well, the ranch fell inside. I ain't gonna pick it up. Holden. Okay, Holden. It was a child of GMC. Okay. We also had Australian design and built Fords. That's a shame. Everybody wants to visit Australia. There's nobody going around like, I don't want to go to that damn place. Well, there might be. I just don't hear about it. I don't know if things will go back to normal. I think this has damaged the psyche of so many people permanently, for good or for bad, you know. For good, I guess it wouldn't be for good, but I don't know. I think this is going to be just like 9/11. You know. You can't ever send you never can walk your loved ones to the gate anymore, the airport. So I'm pretty much against anything that does stuff like that. Like, oh, this is the new normal. Screw you and your new normal. I don't want any part of it. That's why I'm not a fan of giving up my freedoms because they don't come back. Once you give them up, folks, they never come back. You kill every terrorist in the galaxy, and you're never going to be able to take your loved ones to the airport gate. These days, Holden tends to be rebadged Vauxhalls or Opals. Yeah, nothing. They must have those. So, speaking of not to like American-made cars, every car I've had has always been made in the United States. It just hasn't been an American brand. Now, except the car I just got, which is completely made in Japan. Except I went and switched out the headlights and the Sylvanias that were in there because it had halogens. Because I live in the 21st century. Nobody should be driving around with halogen lights. Okay, and I specifically bought LEDs to replace them, and I wanted to make sure they were made in the United States on purpose. I didn't care how much they cost. I'm not buying things from you know where. And I pull out the lights that are in the car, and they're made from that place. And I'm like, son of a bitch. So yeah, you're not going to be able to avoid getting things from that place. I don't want to say those people because it's not about the people. It's never about the people. It's the it's the dictator in charge or the dictators in charge. It's not about the people. Never has been. Once the freedoms are gone, they're gone until the next bloody revolution. Absolutely. I went to an Italian Japanese fusion restaurant in Hanoi once. Interesting. Where a samurai would ceremoniously slice your pizza with a sword. Nice. Awesome. What does the US get from Australian trade? Any goods? We should. Yeah, I like my Japanese vehicles. But I don't think I want to go to Japan. That's like a land of extremes. It's a land of extremes. That earthquakes, man. I'm out. And again, I can't read the damn signs, dude. Like, use the same alphabet. You can keep your language just right in whatever the hell our alphabet's called. You know, yeah, it's a land of extremes, man. It's a land of, and I haven't been there. I'm just maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've talked to somebody who's very been a it is. It's like more advanced technologically than the US, but there's a lot of things that aren't. And then they're very standoffish, but they let themselves get stuffed into a subway. And it's like, what? Go watch those subway stuffer videos, man. It's like, there's no way to put up with that shit in this country. I mean, that's going to come to blows, man. Somebody get, no, I ain't doing that crap. Does Florida still do oranges? So, interesting orange question. Yes, we do. What I understand is that our oranges, the ones from California, look nicer. So they use those to eat, but ours are juicier, so we use ours for juice. That's what I've heard. Because our oranges aren't beautiful looking. Like they'll have, they have imperfections on the outside, and it's not that they're rotten or anything. They just don't have the nice, like when you look at a mandarin orange and it has or a satsuma that has that beautiful outside covering. That the Florida oranges look like, not appealing to eat. So we juice the hell out of them. But yeah, what else would we have if we didn't have that? Tourism. No state sales tax. I'm sorry, no state income tax. That's right. For now, till people want that too. Don't make other people pay for shit you want. You should pay for it. There's only like 5 states that don't have a state income tax. Florida's one of them. I think Alaska's another one. South Dakota. I could be wrong. I'm sure it changes every. There used to be more, but I can't imagine living anywhere else. Maybe it's just psychological. Maybe it's just the idea of that. I can't imagine living. Order of size. Octopus ice cream in Japan. That's an extreme. Yeah, screw that. I like wasabi stuff, but I don't like wasabi ice cream. In order of size. Oh, this is exports for Australia. Meat. That makes sense. You guys have a lot of space. Pharmaceuticals, drugs, man, optic and medical instruments, and aluminum. Aluminum. Aluminium. Aluminium. Okay. Time to paint a big black rooster. I didn't say it. It's a family show. I'm going to say it when we play, though. Hey, we make fun of everything. That's how I was raised, and that's how I'm going to continue to be. So you have to put up with me for, let's just round up another half a century. So that's right, Jared. You got it. And we make fun of everything, man. It's all good natured, you know? That's how I was raised. I don't care if that's not popular now. I'm not going to apologize for shit. I don't mean any harm by it. Um, I'm not politically correct. I think people should have the freedom to do whatever the hell they want. I'm very libertarian in that. And, you know, I don't want to have green hair, but if you want to have green hair, you should have the right to have green hair. You know? All right. Let's find a picture of that thing. Aha! So we're going to do the one on the shield first because it's smaller. We got to work our way up to a bigger one. Oh, man. Da 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 da. I showed my daughter some stand up of one of the people I grew up listening to. As soon as I can remember what the hell his name is, Don Rickles. And that's the kind of humor, you know, it's just laugh about stuff, man. Just, if that offends you, well, you're probably not going to like my content, and that's okay. All right, let's zoom in. Somebody might want to get a better view of this thing. All right, so let's see if we can build this up with basic shapes. All right, so we're going to come down here. Actually, I need to water this down. This is what I did last time. I thin this down, so if I need to fix it, it's not an issue. All right. We're going to come in like this. Okay, we need to leave space for the little feet. It's got a bushy ass tail. And I don't think that it needs to look necessarily a certain way. It just needs to be consistent. Like if I do the one on the, because there's going to be one back here on the barding. It needs to be the same style. So it's not like, okay, well, that's a rooster. What's that one? An eagle? You know? Okay, I think something like that. I got to do three of these. 'Cause I got to do this one on the shield and then one on either side. I may not do it on the barding. Okay, it may be a little too. It may be a little too much. This is just some emblem on a shield, so there's no guarantee this guy had. This guy wasn't. Maybe this guy just wanted it on his shield. He wasn't that proud of his rooster. How to say it without saying it? Oh man. When I went to the US, state sales tax confused the hell out of me. We have sales tax here, but it's included in the price you see on the shelf, so it confused me to see one price and then be should just be included in it. Told a bigger price at the register. Isn't income tax federal? Jared's confused to pay federal income tax. There's no additional state income tax as well. Sales tax plus tax. I think you should just be taxed on your income and be done. Or taxed on what you buy and then you're done. Actually, that's how you get around it. So if you get paid under the table, you go to a store, you still end up paying tax. You know, I'm just naturally anti-tax because no matter how much taxes they collect, they can never balance the budget and run out of money. So it's like if you have a kid that doesn't know how to spend his allowance and he asks for more money and you give, why give it to him? He's just going to run out of that money too. So, all right, what's this guy? What's his face look like? Strange. Okay, very diminutive. A diminutive face. Now we need to do. I don't know that I'm particularly happy with that, but we need to do some white shading in here. Well, we're going to need to use brighter than that, or that's not going to turn out at all. But once you have the shape, you could just tinker with it and just get it to where you want it to be. Where is adding a little bit of white to it help? I think we're going to leave this as is, and we can come back and tinker with it later. Let's go ahead and add some more yellow and bring that shield up. Bring that all around it and see how that. Oh, come on. There we go. I don't want to bend over. I'm not getting paid. State makes man. That's why you see so many stupid people think the price is cheaper. I agree. There was a restaurant that ended everything in a 50 cent or a dollar by the time you added tax. That was brilliant. Totally against property tax. We don't have that here. You never own anything. You never own anything. You don't have property tax in Australia. That's it. We're leaving. We're going over there. If the U.S. had no debt and many years of consistent surplus revenues, then I'd say I'd be happy to consider expanding government spending on programs. Yeah. Here, sometimes we pay tax on taxes. Oh boy. If I import tobacco, I get charged an import tax, then have sales tax on the whole, including the import tax. The car, okay? We just bought a used car for my daughter. I don't break the rules, okay? I'm not a as I like to say, I'm not from Miami or some other place where you're like, no, tell him you only paid $30 for it. No, you report exactly what you paid for it. I live an honest life. So we bought a car for several $1,000s, and then we have to pay taxes on that car that we bought taxes for, even though the original person that bought the car already paid taxes on the, it's like, what does the government want you to do? Keep buying things and trade it from person to person every year so they can collect taxes from it. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, and all that, and they still won't have enough money. So, and they never will. So, I had a friend of mine that said it didn't make any sense. The national debt didn't make any sense. He said this several years ago, like 10 years ago. He said the federal debt doesn't make any sense unless your plan is to borrow lots of money and buy weapons with it. And then when the people come and collect, say, we want our money, and you say, come freaking get them. We have all the weapons, That's the only thing that makes sense. But if you look and see what the debt of the other countries in the world is, it's just as bad, So, like, it's just fake numbers. It's just bullshit, you know? So, yeah. We're moving to Australia, though. You guys better be ready. You guys are going to be wearing boots, and you're going to be driving on the right hand side of the road here pretty soon. I don't mind wearing boots, just not cowboy boots. I just don't have that kind of a lifestyle. I do like riding horseback, but I don't own a horse. We're doing that pretty consistently there for like 4 years. We're going once a year to go riding. We'd go to a place that wasn't like, here, have a horse and enjoy the countryside. You went on a guided type thing, So, um, you're welcome anytime, Tony. Bring Mitch. If I went to Australia, it's got to come with me. That's kind of I wish there was if I ever become rich, I'm not interested in that. Cruise ship, man. That's how I'd travel. I'd go everywhere on a cruise ship. That's the way. I don't like to fly. It's a pain in the ass, and it's extremely stressful. And then you have to get on the damn steel bird anyways, which I'll do. But we need some vitamin T for that, just to stay calm. And but I do fly. But I can't, I don't think I'll ever go to Australia until I'm retired. It just takes up too much time between the traveling, and we are we are in this country, especially where I work, we have a lack of days off. So it doesn't mean that I dislike traveling, just that, you know, just to take 2 weeks off in a row, I don't know that I could do that right now. We need to be, but we don't want that. But I just can't take that much time off in a row. Forget cost. Like, let's say you fly me to over there. I can't take that much time off work. It sucks, but it is what it is. That's the big problem here. No problem with job security, just need to be around. So we have to wait until we retire. So what's that, 20 years from now? I'm rounding up, I hope. I'm not working in my 70s. Just out of principle. I'm not going to do it. I'm not defined by my job. Some people will work into their 80s. Like my dad worked forever, but he liked what he did. I don't. Mine's just a something that I do, and I try to kick ass while I'm there. And but it's not who I am. This is who I am. I like painting black roosters. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we're. It's not bad. It doesn't look like a dragon. It's 15 millimeter scale, folks. What did you want? Okay. See how he looks next to the other guy with his 3 golden rings. Yeah, that's good. I don't think I'm going to do a rooster on the on the horse. It's just a bit much. That's just asking for something that's just going to take forever. And I'll be back and forth and fixing each side. And I've done that before. There's no need to. It's not like this guy's stuff is around everywhere. She'll put an R on there just for Brave Sir Robin, right? How much annual leave do you get? I am maxed out at 18 days. And I've been maxed out for many, many years. 18 days. No sick days here. Oh, isolated, especially from Florida, you either have to go via LA. Oh no. Oh, with a Dubai stopover. I'd rather go to LA. Not going to Dubai. I'm not going to that part of the world. I don't care how great they say it is. My girls don't get to go to that part of the world. No. My girls don't go to that part of the world. I don't either. But I'd love to go to Australia. Absolutely. I want to go to Australia just so I can find an arsehole. Just so I can prove Greg wrong that see there aren't any nasty people in Australia. I was right. I've never met an Australian I didn't like. Yeah. Not sending my girls anywhere where they're second class citizens. I would love to go to Australia. Man, it's a long ways away. Yeah, so if I took 2 weeks off, which is what you have to do, I've got to do work for 2 weeks and then come back and fix it while new work come. No, I just can't do it. I mean, I do a week and it's insane. There's just so many damn changes, and I can't work remotely or check my. I could check my emails when I'm not at work, but I don't know how, and I'm not going to know how. I have to be at work from this time to this time, and it's very chaotic, and I don't want to bring that home with me. Maybe seasick, man. I get so scared with turbulence. I don't get sick or anything. I make fun of people that get seasick on a cruise ship. Sorry, my people came over here on a freaking boat, man. It's been in my blood. 90% of the coast, how much? Many places don't like Americans. Well, not all Americans are the same. I have nothing in common with somebody from New York, for instance. You know, there's bad people everywhere. People like to trash the French, for instance, and I'm sure the people that live in the French countryside are nothing like the people of Paris. like that you know that here are their arseholes. Wide cultural knowledge. You- that was Greg's terminology. Arseholes. Arseholes just seems a lot nicer than what we call them here in the States. We just we don't use that R in there. Yeah, there's unsavory people everywhere. You know. Well, it's after 10, so I may have to cut out at any moment. So if I have to leave abruptly, I warned you. We'll be back tomorrow morning. All right, so let's just keep building this up. Oh, and there you go. Okay. Well, we'll catch you guys tomorrow morning. And until next time, happy painting.